on? I don't hear. Okay. Very good. It's on. Rabbi said, I know there's a lot of minchas. We're having a main mincha at 1:45. In 3 minutes, there's going to be a main mincha here in the ballroom. So whoever didn't daven yet, just wait another 2 minutes. There'll be another mincha right here. If anyone's a chiyuv, to please come to the front so you can lead the main minyan. Again, if there's a chiyuv, please come here to the front. You'll lead the main minyan. Okay, even no chiyuv. Anybody wants to lead a main mincha, please come to the front. Everyone, please take your seats. Even if you've davened mincha already, please take your seats because we're about to start the shir in around 15 minutes. We're starting mincha right now. Kaddish. Everyone is asked to please take your seats as the shir is about to begin shortly. Please find your seat as the shir will begin shortly. In everyone's bag, there is the last daf of Ksubis, the last daf of Yevamos, the first daf of Ksubis and the Hadran. In every black bag, please find it and find your seats. We're starting on time. This is the Litvisha part of the evening right now. Rabbi Isai, please take your seats. You have the last daf of Yevamos in your bag, and the Hadran and the first daf of Ksubis. We are starting in a few minutes. Please find your seats. Random question. If anyone sees Eli Stefanski's name tag and you stole it, plan on selling it on eBay, please bring it up front. The guy for Shira Choir, if you could please come up front here a second. Shira Weinberger, please come up front. Okay, I'm going to give you a little bit of a brief schedule about what's going to happen today. So, Rebelli's going to start. First of all, Ella, welcome everyone to what I was told is going to be the largest live shiur in history. Hashem. Dafir, 1,500 people, that's Hashem. We have 1,500 people registered. So, we had Mincha. Rebelli's going to give the shiur. My name is Nasan Gans, by the way. Welcome everyone. After Mincha, we're going to have. We had Mincha, right? We have Ellie's going to give the shiur. There's going to be someone's going to say something. And then we're going to have a half an hour of the least important part of the evening, food. Right? So the Eilim is going to eat, mamish, l'shem shemayim, to have koyach, to dance by the Siyum. That's what I was told. And for like a half an hour, 40 minutes, give or take, 8:30. Then we're going to have the Hadran. We're going to have a few Yidden who are going to speak. Rabbi Grazi, who represents the Ashkenazi-looking Syrian community, is going to speak a few words. It's going to be really an amazing, amazing time. Then we're going to have the Hadran. We're going to have the Siyum. We're partially going to dance the Chavod Torah. That's around, give or take, it'll take 8:30 to 9 o'clock. It'll be the Hadran ceremony. Everyone, the dancing, basically, they're going to separate some things in the back. We're going to dance. And then we're going to come back in to sit down for that ceremony. After that, we're going to have dancing, and then we're going to have an award ceremony. So what Reb Eli doesn't know is that we have a kind of a special surprise prepared for him. It's pretty big. He doesn't know about it. So please stay tuned to the end of the night. We're going to have Reb Eli Stefanski presentation, as well as Reb Ari Ben Susan, who is our guest speaker from Los Angeles, is going to speak around 9:30. Baruch Hashem, there was not a lack of people who wanted to speak, but Baruch Hashem, Reb Ari is part of MDY. He's part of the shiur. He's part of the shiur, so it was really an incredible thing to have him here. And he'll speak at the end of the night, Mechazi Da'ilim, then we'll follow by more dancing. There'll be 2 sets of dancing, and then we're going to have a kumzitz. Very important to recognize that Rabbi Goldstein wants during dancing, we're going to have a group shot. It's going to be an amazing thing. So just a short suggestion before Belly comes in. If everyone could please take out their cell phones and take a selfie. No, I'm joking. Just if you could please shut it off. Or at least lower it to silent, to vibrate. I remember I was once in Eretz Yisrael. I was speaking at a big event, and I gave this whole speech about everyone should shut their phones. And then around, I said everyone shut their phones, and then I gave this whole thing. I was very excited, and then 3 minutes later, in front of everyone on the mic, my phone started to ring. I said it's my American one, my Israeli one is taka off, whatever, But now I say that story to remind everyone to shut their cell phone. That's really the story. Again, if you want to take pictures of Rebelli, you can. It is what it is. Baruch Hashem. People are still coming. People are still looking for parking. So just a reminder again, Rebelli's going to come and give the shiur. It's going to take some time to set up. Please understand one thing, and this is very important. We had the shiur in Brooklyn, and Baruch Hashem, there was around 700-800 people. And after, people crowded around them, and it was very difficult. At the end of the night, after the final kumzis, there will be an opportunity for a photo shoot with Rebelli. We have a photographer, we have a stand, right? Please, Rebelli, as he walks in the room, cover the Torah. What? Let's see. They're ready for it. They're going to do it with you. Whenever it's not good enough, it's right behind us. No, it's everything. You just have to use it. I give the track from the shiur. Let's go! Let's go! Hey!
Eli Stefanski. I'm going to put this away. That's my name. Shkoyach.
Oh, you bet some ready.
No, I'm not ready, Nisano. We have any? It's on. It's live.
Just to know that. Okay, so again, like a quick thing. After Rabbi Shir, please stay in your seats. I just have a short 2-minute speech by Yid that was held by the Shir, and then we'll give instructions for the rest of the night. Like I said, after Rabbi Shir, there's going to be food. Then we're going to have the Hadran procession. So please stay in your seats after Rabbi is done. Without further ado.
Wow. We need to sing a song. Anybody? Okay. Something Hartzig, maybe. Ay, ay, ay. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שהכל נהיה בדברו.
Let's go!
Ani ma'amin, ani ma'amin, ani ma'amin. Everybody, I'm turning this off. Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Shkoyach. It's overwhelming. It's unbelievable. You know, there's a special bracha, special zimun you make when there's over 1,000 people, and today we're expecting over 1,600 Lomdei Torah. It's very humbling. It's unbelievable. Before we begin, I just want to thank every single one of you for coming out. It's a tremendous chizuk. Some of you came from far, and some came even from further distances. The people that flew in from Eretz Yisrael, Tomer Levi, Gary Ben Moshe, Avi Kamiansky. Special to be here tonight. My wife, my children. It's a big discourse for me. I want to introduce to you my shver later on. He flew in from Chicago, and there's many others. I heard there's some people that flew in from London. People came from all over. We have people that drove from very, very long distances. So yishkoyach for coming out, yishkoyach for being mechazik. Everyone that came is a chizuk for everybody else. So yishkoyach. I want to say before we begin, the new guys. I didn't get the updated number, but I know it's over 700, maybe 800 people. I don't know where Shlomi Rosenberg is. I think yesterday it was in the 700s. So welcome all the new guys. Trust me, you're going to enjoy. It's going to be a life changer. And we're going to hear more about that throughout the program tonight. This week's parsha, the very, very famous pasuk, Zois HaTorah. This is the Torah. Adam ki Yevamos ba'ohel. Person dies in a tent. So Rish Lakish in the Gemara says that Torah is not nikna. You can't be kind of Torah unless you're meimis atzmei alel. You have to kill yourself over Torah. Basha, you have to kill yourself. You have to. Sometimes it's difficult. We went through a pretty difficult Masechta for many. It was the hardest Masechta in Shas. And I know everybody's excited tonight to start brand new Masechtas, Ksubas. Look at the dapim. They're shorter. They're much easier. They flow easier. You have to be meimis atzmai on the Torah. I heard a beautiful story. There was brothers, the Schreiber brothers. One of them was Pinny Schreiber. And they survived Auschwitz by escaping to Iran. And eventually they made their way to Eretz Yisrael. And when they got to Eretz Yisrael, unfortunately, they tried to be mekalkel them. They cut off their payas. And they tried to convince them not to be frum. And Pinny Schreiber kept on giving chizuk to his brother. He said, don't listen to them. And there's this other guy there. His name was Reb Menachem Elbaim, I think his name was. And Nachman Elbaim was a young guy. And he kept on giving chizuk to the Schreiber boys. There was one of the madrichim, one of the counselors, that his job was to get these kids off the derech, get them away from their home. He's told Pinny, he said, listen, I know you're hungry. I know you do anything for candy. I'll give you the key to the canteen. You can get any candy you want. Just stop being mechazik these people. And he said, no, I'd rather the key to Gan Eden than the key to the canteen. So one day, they took these kids to the kotel, a tour. And Pinny and his brother disappeared. They hid under a Yerushalmi guy's talus. And the Yerushalmi says, what are you doing here? Shkotzim, get out of here. He said, we're not shkotzim. We're from kids. He said, no, arois. So they started repeating. They said a couple daf Gemara. They knew Gemara, so they started saying Gemaras. Balpeh. So the Yerushalmi was very shooken. And he took these boys to the Brisker Rav. And he said, look, these boys, they know dapim of Gemara Balpeh. And the Brisker Rav couldn't believe it. Kids without payas, shaved heads, looked like goyim. He started saying over Gemara. And they say this was only one of 2 times that the Brisker Rav ever cried in his life. Pasha cried. It's kids that went through the lager, went through. And the point is, this Pinny, more, it's too loud. Oh, that's better. This Pinny turned out to be Reb Pinchas Schreiber, became Av Bezdin in Ashdod. His son is Rebunim Schreiber. 2 nekudos. First, You have to choose. Sometimes in life, you have the option of choosing the key to the canteen, to the Gashmias, choosing the key to Gan Eden. He chose the key to Gan Eden. But more importantly, the Torah says, Adam ki yomotz ba'oil. Kill yourself over Torah. Mitzat sheni, the pasuk says, v'chai b'hem. So which one is it? You're supposed to kill yourself or you're supposed to live with it? Obviously, if you kill yourself at Torah, you shtay, you chazer, you know Dapim Gemara, this is what saved these kids. They lived, they got life, because once upon a time, they were meimes atzmai al Torah. So, before we begin Masechtas, we go through the usual routine. I'm going to take some out, put some new ones in. But for the new guys, but also for the old guys, the guys that are here need chizuk. They need to remember, you have to do chazar all the time. So the first yesod that gives chizuk for people that are starting the daf and people that are with the daf. My favorite saying, it's not about the daf, it's about the Yomi. Why do we do daf Yomi? And why do I believe it's the most successful program out there? It's because, not because it's another learning program. There's a lot of learning programs. You could do Mishnah Berurah Yomi, you could do Shnai Mikra V'Echad Targum. It's because it's the most consistent program. It's a program that forces you to learn Torah every single day, to connect HaKadosh Baruch Hu on the highest way that we know how to connect HaKadosh Baruch Hu. It's not about the daf, it's about the Yomi. It's geschmack to do the daf. What does that mean? It gives chiyas to your life. Everybody that started, ask those Atzala guys, it's the coolest thing in the world to do the daf. It puts in such a chiyos, such a geschmackheit, such a frischkeit, right? It's geschmack to do the daf, it's geschmack to do the daf. Da 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 ya ya.
Let's go!
Oy oy di da la 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 moy.
Let's go!
La la di da.
Hey!
La 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 moy.
Hey! La 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 la. Oy oy oy. Da 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 da. Oy ah ah ah. Hey!
Da da. All right, the next insight is that the daf and Torah in general, but the fact that we're learning Gemara, which includes halacha, agada, Tanakh, everything. It even includes Gemara. Will make you a better person. Will make you a better husband, a better businessman, a better father. And people ask me all the time, but what's the yesod? Why? Why is it so matzliach? Why are there so many people? By the way, think about it. Look around the room. I don't know how many people are here. Maybe 1,000. We're expecting more. It's only 10% of the amount of people that are learning with us every single day. 10%. It's unbelievable. Because of the achdos. You look around. the kippas rugaz, the bow ties, the regular ties, Dr. Listhouse, the Hasidim, the Misnagdim, the Magachir, whatever he is. It's a whole mix in Tzachtos, and I can't think but that HaKadosh Baruch Hu is looking down now at 1,000 people from all walks of life. When do you have something like this, that 1,000 people, 1,500 people, getting together for one purpose, to celebrate Torah, learning Torah together? It's unbelievable. So the camaraderie and the achdus is what's so special. And the daf, because it's so consistent and because you learn it every single day, no matter what, rain or shine, simchas, people send them pictures, learning during the birth of their children, on vacation, on the roller coasters, on the boats, on the planes. That consistency brings so much consistency to life in other areas. You become more consistent, you work out more, you diet better, you learn Shnai Mikra, you do other limudim, you become a more consistent human being. All right, so on to the shir. We do sponsorships, but today we cut out a lot because of the Olam, and it's the first daf. There's no emails today. It's a special, those of you who love emails, sorry, it's not today. The Koilel is sponsored Lilu Nishmas Zechariah ben Moshe. The Masechta, we have something new. 2 people paid close to $10,000 each. They're sponsoring the entire Masechta, so get used to the names. Lilu Nishmas is Baruch ben Moshe Aaron, and Lilu Nishmas Moshe Lozer ben Nata Shalom, whose yard set is tonight, and for that tzlacha, B'chol Yonah for my children. We'll cut it down a little bit. The second sponsor of the Masechta is Jeff Brasner and schus of my son Yosef Simcha Chaim ben Sarah Refuah Shleima. And by the Lack and Lebovich families, Lakewood, New Jersey, because Torah is the best gula. Also, where is he? Where's Mr. Lack? Hi, nice to meet you. He's been sponsoring, and he's the first $10,000 donor towards the Siyum. You know, tonight, I know you guys think that the $49 covers it, but it doesn't even cover the security from Chaverim. It's a... So, Yishkoyach, the Lack families. Paras HaChodesh Refuah Shleima for Chani Yocheved Aviyah B'Ashifra Chaya. Paras HaChodesh, the MDY family, Lilu Nishma Shimshon Weiss, Shimshon Ben Meshulam Dov, a young guy who was such a life of the shir, and his nifter from Yana Machla this month. As a schus for our children to be kaddish, safe, healthy, happy, and know Hashem loves them. Sponsor today should be Zoicha to Nachas Digdusha and have tremendous success in my business, my new business. Nisim Akilov in honor of Raveli. Thank you for bringing us all together here tonight. Aaron Akilov in honor of Raveli. Do they know that they each other sponsored? I'm not sure. Nisim Akilov, I guess so. In honor of my father, I didn't read this before. Pinchas Zalman, Zion, Makiel, something like that. Aaron, Gavriel, and Avram Moshe. Learning Subis as a schus for Shidduch for Eliezer Noam ben Yitzchak Meir. Sponsored by the Boyer family, this is the last one. Rabbi Eliezer Chanel Bracha ben Rabbi Avram Neir Yor, who passed away the Shabbos after the last event in New York. He loved MDY and was proud to be part of it. And I was Zoicha to be in his very, very last picture that they ever took of him. So his neshama should have an aliyah. Here we go. There is an Isser. The Ilu Nishmas, Imi Moirosi Rusbas Mordechai. Thank you. We're going to be talking and discussing the different chiyuvim, obligations that a husband has for his wife and the wife has for the husband before they get married, after they get married. That's the Masechta. We know that it's usher to live without a ksuba. If you're married, it's usher. I myself had the unfortunate situation that my wife gave her ksuba under the chuppah to a certain person who happens to be married to my father-in-law here. And it got lost very quickly, and people said, oh, you can't go home, you can't, we had to write a shtar d'irkasa right there and then. Okay, you have to have a ksuba. Maybe, and perhaps you could say, that just like you can't live without a ksuba, you can't live without Masechtas Ksubas. And here we are today, beginning what the Chida calls Shas Katan. Now, I had to learn it real quickly today from cover to cover, and I realized it's not really Shas Katan. It doesn't have much kachim in it, doesn't have much mayit in it. Nevertheless, maybe the Chida learned in yeshivas, I don't know. They did Nashim Nezikin, I don't know. But it's called Shas Katan. It has tremendous amount of sugyas, and if we learn it well, we could take this Masechta and use it throughout Shas and be familiar with so many different topics. So here we go. How much time do I have left? 10 minutes. The Olam's hungry. Huh? The buzzer, yeah, the buzzer. Besulo niseis liyoim erevi. So, we're going to see a lot of interesting things here today. By the way, before we start, I just have to say a quick yishkoyach. I'm going to say it again, but it's kedai just to be market toiva to so many people, and I hope I don't miss people. I said to the guys that flew in from Eretz Yisrael, and you should know that a function like this takes enormous, I'm talking about enormous amount of time and effort. I know of many, many Zoom sessions that lasted more than 4 to 5 hours each, but many. The details of where every seat is going to be and where the food and how much food and who's coming and who's this and what are they going to say and who's going to speak. It's crazy. So I hope I don't miss anybody, and not in any particular order. By the way, Netanel Younger also flew in from Eretz Yisrael. Yes, he's getting paid a little bit. That's his job, but very, very little. He gave a tremendous, tremendous discount, maybe a third of the price of what he usually charges, maybe less, maybe 20%. I don't know. A joke. Pasha, a joke. He's part of this year. He learns with us every day, and he really wanted to do this. He did a phenomenal job in Ramat Bet Shemesh, and he really took off a big oil from everybody that was behind the scenes. So tremendous yishkoyach to him for being here tonight and arranging it. Murad Nakash had the idea of doing it. I'll talk about him later. We're in the middle of a shir now. We'll talk about it. It was supposed to be in his backyard, in his neighbor's backyard, and Baruch Hashem, HaKadosh Baruch Hu gave him a brilliant idea to switch it last week. I'm very happy he did. Everybody's happy. We're able to bring that many more people and not be in somebody's backyard with, it just rained over there and it's muddy, whatever. Nisanel Gans, behind the scenes, Yoimam V'Laila, Yossi Klein, Yoimam V'Laila, V'Laila V'Yoim, Shloimi Rosenberg. Unbelievable amount of hours, and every email, every booking, everything went through him. You probably got an email from him in order to get in here, everything, and he has crazy jobs. He runs events like this and larger in Europe with tech, and how he does it, we don't know. So we have Reb Fischel sitting over here in the front, who sponsored all the Gemaras for Masechtas Ksubas, a lot of the Gemaras, or most of them, and a lot more. So Yishkoyach Reb Fischel, and we'll talk about the others. We have Shalom Rand, Yaakov Yosef Ayal, Yoshi. I got to say thank you to Yoshi, by the way. We'll talk about him later, but the artist that did all that crazy amount of work, and if you see the beautiful mural in the back over there, all new art, well, he doctored it up and made a beautiful, beautiful thing that Avi Kamiansi commissioned. So Yishkoyach Yoshi, and I hope I'm not leaving out Benzi Friedman, my partner who's here tonight. All right, we'll shmooze about all these people a little later. Psulo Nises Liyom Revi. A woman who wasn't married could only get married on a Wednesday. Now we know today it's different, and we're going to see the reason why it's different today and why the time of the Mishnah was like that. Only on a Wednesday. Balmana, a woman that was married before, Liyom HaChamishi, she should get married on a Thursday. Shepamayim b'Shabbos bati dinim yoshim ba'yarois. 2 days a week. Let me just make sure I didn't miss people, things. You know how it is. Okay, fine. I don't know. If you have, be Michael. Pamayim b'Shabbos pati dinim yoshim bayaris. Ezra was masakin 10 things. One of the 10 things is that there should be a bezdin twice a week on Yom HaSheni u'be Yom HaChamishi. The Tosfos writ on the spot over here says, it's not like they went on vacation, they were learning Torah, and they paskin dinim on Monday and Thursday. So if it's Monday and Thursday, what does that have to do with getting married on a Wednesday? Shemhoyel tanas psulim. A person gets married, and he thought that his wife is a psula, and he finds out that she's not a psula. Hoyamashkim lebezdin. He should have the opportunity to go the next morning, following morning, to bezdin. No, I'll ask you a question. And if it's 2 days from now, he found out she doesn't have psulim, he'll wait 2 days from now. Why not? So we always talk about this yisoid, and it's yisoid for tonight. If you are not one of those people doing the daf, and you're here to check it out, you don't push it off to the next Masechta, you don't push it off to the beginning of brachas. It's now, because if it's not now, it's never. When you have that inspiration, when he has an inspiration to go to Bezdin and tie on his wife, you must do it immediately, because if you don't do it immediately, you're going to give in, you're going to be mevater, she's going to say something, and you're going to be moicheler. We don't want you to be moicheler, because maybe she was mizana. In those days, they were mekadesh a woman, you gave her a ring, and then they said goodbye for sometimes a year or so. And if she's mizana during that year, you assert her. It's regular as nos. Kiddushin is that strong. Say over the Maisa in Valazhin. Famous Maisa, but it's kedai to say, there's a bacher that knew Kol HaTorah Kula, and they asked him a question, and he didn't know the answer, and they said, well, it's a Mefurish Tosfos. And he had such chalishas hadas. He said, Tosfos. How did I not remember the Tosfos? He was in the middle of a meal. He didn't bench. He didn't do anything. He walked away into a room. He locked himself up in the room. I don't know how long, days, weeks, until he finished Shas, Gemara Rashi Tosfos again. So they asked Reb Chaim Volozhiner, did he do the right thing? And he said, well, it's a problem to leave a meal without benching. But had he waited until after benching, he most likely wouldn't have had that inspiration, and most likely wouldn't have finished Shas like that. So when you have that inspiration, it doesn't matter what. If you want to go on a diet, whatever it is, you do it today. Because if you push it off to after Shabbos, to whatever, as we know, the Yetzer Hara gets you. And here's the side, right here in the Mishnah. We have to make sure that it's right before the Bezdin, because if it's not before the Bezdin, it'll be over. Omer Rav Yosef, Omer Rav Yehuda, Omer Shmuel. Says Rav Yosef in the name of Shmuel. So why Revi? If we just said that the Bezdin is in session on Monday also, and on Thursday, so okay, Revi, I understand, because you want him to go to Bezdin on Chamishi. But why can't he get married on Sunday? And he'll go to Bezdin. If he has a problem, go to Bezdin on Monday. The Fisha Shaninu, Higia Zman v'lei nisa. So it's talking about a chassan tells the kala, okay, let's go. Let's get married, get ready. No. How long does it take to get married? To get ready for a chasana? So, it could be we're talking about this guy. This guy made a cheshbon. He goes like this. He said, I saw that my father and mother, they were preparing to go to a chasana once. And it was taking forever. And by the time my mother said, let's go, my father said, I have to shave. She said, you just shaved. He says, yeah, I shaved, but then you got ready, and I have to shave again. They say, the researchers say, I'm not making this up, the same 20 minutes that your wife says, yeah, I'll be ready in 20 minutes, I'll be ready in 20 minutes, and we'll leave then. Those are the same 20 minutes that the man says, yeah, I'll be home in 20 minutes. It's the same. They're leaving, they're coming. I'll upon him. It takes 12 months to get ready for a chasana. Now, the 12 months come and go, and he's not ready. He's not ready now. He has to shave again, whatever it is. So this is fascinating. We cannot relate to this at all, but food is a big thing. A very big thing in those days. And the whole argument there is who owes who food for 3 days? Give me some food for the 3 days. No, I don't owe you food. Okay, I'm going to take you to Bezdin under the food. Here in America, I heard that there's shuls that literally have 5 to 7 different types of chont on Shabbos. Food is not a big deal. The Kamiansky brothers, his Hillel also came from Eretz Yisrael. Yishkoyach Hillel. Wow. Rabbi Ben Shushan sitting behind him, all the way from Los Angeles. My son from Los Angeles. Unbelievable. Shlomo Lazarian. Okay, names go on and on. In our shul, and they could testify to you, when a kid becomes bar mitzvah, many people don't even do a suda bay bayayim, and what they give us at the kiddush, for us here in America, is mamish a joke. They give you a piece of kugel and a pickle. Zehu, they're done. No chont, no herring, nothing. Am I exaggerating? There's the fancy guys, the wealthy guys give some herring. So that's Eretz Yisrael, and then take it back 70 years. Think about how there's no food, even 70 years ago. But in the time of the Gemara, it was like a big thing. That's why, if you think about it, that's why parents married off the kids so young. Take care of my kid. I can't feed them. Pasha can't feed them. So here they are. Who's going to take care? Who owes who? Now, you said you're going to get married in a year. Here's the year. It's here. So pay. Says the Gemara. Omer Rav Yosef, Morid Avram. L'kach shaninu sari, yimal elam azoynos, yochel yigia becha b'shavas, yimal elam azoynos, l'kach shaninu, psula nisus liyomer avi. So, if the year falls out on a Sunday, don't worry about it. You don't owe her anything. That piece of bread that you thought about giving her, you could save it. You're mechuyev to get married, takonas chacham, to get married on a Wednesday. You saved yourself 3 days now, 4 days. Now, Rav Shteiman asks, the obvious, you look it up in a calendar and see when the year comes out. What do you mean? You said a year and it's not your fault. It's your fault. Look it up real quickly on the iPhone, or whatever. So first of all, he says, in those days, they didn't have calendars. They were mekadosh the chodesh. He didn't know when exactly the year 365 days are going to fall out or whatever. Another thing is, maybe not mechuyev to look it up in the calendar. He said a year finished. Rav Yosef, Morid Avram. It's a lashon they use in the Gemara. Today we say Rebbeinu Shalaylam. Rebbeinu Avram. Tali Tanya, but the Tanya, what? He's giving me a reason based on something that's not said. Says Gemara, hey Tanya, ve'le Tanya. What's not said exactly? What's not mefurish? Hot Tanya, v'hot Tanya. They're both Mishnaic. It's a Mishnah Daf Nun Zayin. Ella, Tali Tanya de mefurish Taima, but the Tanya de le mefurish Taima. Here, if you're getting confused, this is our Mishnah. Psula nisis liyomer avi. Why? The Mishnah gives us a reason. Mashkim, because he should be able to go to Bezdin. I'm asking you, why on Wednesday? Why not on Sunday? So you're giving me a Mishnah Daf Nun Zayin Amud Aleph that says, Higiyas man v'lei nisu, if the time came, the year, oichlis mishalai, they eat. Now, doesn't say a reason over there. It doesn't say what. It doesn't say anything. Okay. I just threw in a chart here. Why not? We're used to Yevamos, which I'm going to miss dearly, and all the characters that we had, and the potato heads, and then the Baldwin brothers. By the way, standing ovation. Okay, no, don't stand, but a round of applause for the Baldwin brother, Avi Kamiansky, who, it was Mesiras Nefesh. Literally, I used to kill him off almost every day. He never said a word. It's a big thing. So, how could you take a Mishnah that doesn't give a reason and explain our Mishnah that gives a reason? It doesn't make sense, says the Gemara. Says the Gemara, Ella, Yitmar Achi Yitmar. Omer Rav Yid Omer Shmuel, Mepeni Ma Omer Psula Nisus Liyomer Avi. Shem Hoya Leitainis Psulim, Hayamashim Lebezdin. So the Gemara goes through what we learned in the Mishnah. So let them get married on Sunday. He could also get up in the morning on Monday. Says the Gemara Nu Yesod, Shagdu Chachamim al Takonas B'nei Yisrael, She'atoireach Besuda Shloisha Yomim. Chachamim went down deep into it, they delved into it, and they realized that it's good that the Chassan should prepare 3 days of Seudah, should have food for the Chasana, for the Shever Brachas, and if he prepares so much, he'll be more accurate with his tain of psulim. He'll make sure that what he's saying is real. Nobody's going to work for 3 days straight. Again, today we have to us that people shouldn't spend, over $1 million and invite 700,000 guests, the whole thing. And then they had to make a takana that he should work 3 days on the Suda. Okay, it's very different times. Very hard to relate to. He works on the Suda Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and on Wednesday he gets married. Now, that wouldn't be good if there's a Shabbos. You can't work on Friday because then you have Shabbos. No refrigeration. The food is going to spoil. Not a good idea. So now we do Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. The only day left is a Wednesday because the Bezdin is on Thursday. Achshav. Now that we know the reason, now we could apply this to what we learned in the Mishnah later on in Daf Nun Zayin, that if the year comes, he's mechuyev to give her food, and if he's a kohen, she's permitted to eat truma. Here's the chart. Why not? Let's talk about Yesodis and Shas. If you have produce, you have to give 2% to the kohen. And the kohen can feed that 2% to his wife, even though she's a Yisraelis. Now, if they got engaged, they should be able to eat that 2%, but this takana is not to. But in this case, since the year came and went, she could eat truma, even though she's not 100% married yet. There's no chuppah, there was only erusin. Okay. Says the Gemara, lefichach. Chalahu, now Rav Yosef continues, and he says, now we learn, Chalahu, what if he became sick, or she became sick, yeah? The guy comes home, his wife says, you're not going to believe it, I have such a headache. He says, oy, wow, I was just going to take you to the mall, there's unbelievable sales in the mall. She says, no, I was just kidding. He's like, I was also just kidding, yeah. Okay. Chalsahi. She became sick. No, is that a oinus? Not a oinus. He's a chayla. She's a chaylas. She's a chaylanis. Oisha Pirsa Nida. She became a Nida. You can't get married. There's a problem with Yichud. You can't consummate the marriage. So whose fault is that? Is it Mishamayim? They knew about it. It's his fault. He's sick. It's her fault. She's sick. What's going on? Einoi malala mezainis. No, he's not mechuyev from mezainis. Now, before I confuse you too much here, all we're going to have here is basically two simple shitas. Rav Yosef and Rav Ashi say that an arus, somebody who's engaged, only provides mezainis if they physically get married. Anything else, if he's sick, she's sick, neither that, nothing. Unless, of course, he doesn't want to get married. He's been mazed not getting married. But if there's some sort of aynus, it doesn't matter what, he's chayiv and mezainis. You have the Rachai says that you're chayiv and mezainis on any kind of delay. But if she delays and it's her mazed, then you're not chayiv. So let's see inside. Some people say it's not so pashut. It was actually a question. What happens if he gets sick? Now, if the year falls out on a Sunday, and we said he's not mechuyev to bring mezainis, he's not mechuyev to give her mezainis for 3 days until Wednesday, mishum the honest. Okay? He's an oinus. And now because we mentioned this word oinus, we're going to go into a little bit of an oinus sugya. It's not his fault that the year fell out on a Sunday. So over here also, he's sick. She's sick. He wants to get married on Sunday. His hands are tied behind his back because they say get married on Wednesday. So in that case, they said, you're parted from giving her mezainis. And if you're going to tell me that if he gets sick, he has to give her mezainis, what about her? What if she gets sick? What's the question? Look, here, I'm here. I have my tuxedo. I'm ready to go. Sometimes it's too bad. You ran out of luck. Your field flooded. I'm your field. It flooded. That's it. I have a machla. I can't get married. COVID. What am I going to do? It's my fault I have COVID. Says the Gemara. Now, interesting because just today I looked over Daf Hey real quickly. Don't ask me why. And there's literally on Hayom at Beis 7 Imtim Tzalaymar. It's very unique to Shas. Well, we're gonna have fun there. Imtim Tzalaymar this, Imtim Tzalaymar that, Imtim Tzalaymar this, 7 times. Okay. Over here, only a couple. V'imtim Tzalaymar Amar Len Istachva Sadeyu. And if she could actually taina, look, you bought a field, so it flooded. It's your problem. It's your mazel. Person nida mao. What about if she became a nida? Says the Gemara. We have to separate. There's two ways. B'shas vesta. If it's when it happens every month, leiti boilach, that's not even a shaila. We just turn to daf beis amid beis. I don't have my Yevamos Gemara. I don't know what I did with it. So sponsored by Moshe Horn. Moshe Horn is in the house. I don't know what it is. Okay, you know what it is. And sponsored, what's the other one? Anybody? Oh, Rabbi Medetsky. That's Moshe Horn, Rabbi Medetsky, the best basketball player that ever lived. I met him last night. And then his Sanol, Nagans, in honor of Murad Nakash, who brought him to the daf. Shkoyach. So, if it happened on the regular time of the month, then what is she going to do? Then it's not a oinus, it's expected. So she can't say, your field flooded. What happens if it was somewhat of an oinus? It happened at a different time of the month. It wasn't during your veset. So Mela, it's like a oinus, and she says your field flooded. If I make a mistake in reading, it's because the lighting is not, So it's normal that once in a while it changes days. So it's within reason, it's within something to expect, and therefore it's not considered oinus. Pasha Rav Achai comes Rav Achai, and that we have in the blue, if you still have it. So, going back to the Mishnah on Daf Nun Zayin. If the year came, he said, get ready. So from the time he says get ready, not from the time he gave her Kiddushin, not from the time he gave her ring, but from the time he says get your clothes ready. 12 months later, they didn't get married. He has to provide mezainis. And a chiddush, that even if she's a Bas Yisrael, she could eat truma. Loi nasu loiktani. Nasu is a lashon of the man. It doesn't say that the man had a problem, he didn't want to get married. It says elaloi nisu. So the Gemara is medaik from the grammar. It seems like the problem laid with her. She had something. No. What could it be? It could be that she got sick. It could be she became a nida. If she, the woman, is the one that caused the delay, then why is it that she gets to eat? It's her fault. So this is the question that we're asking. It's not that she put her foot down, I don't want to get married. She had some sort of inus. Now there's two things. Machla, chayli, or pirsanida. Omer vashi loyla memelach kol unsa loyachla. No. You're going to be medayik from the grammar. No, I'm not going for it. Maybe I could say that no matter what, she got sick, he got sick, you don't eat. And it's the oinus that we're talking about. He created the oinus. But you had a problem with the way it said nasu lashon zachar. It should say nisu. It says nisu, not nasu. So why does it say nisu? Nasu is a better lashon if we're talking about the man. So the Gemara uses this all the time. Since we started off talking about the woman, psula nisas b'didi, tananami sefer b'didi. What's going on here? Well, this is classic Gemara because we have to understand. Again, we cannot relate to this. Most of us can't relate to it. But if you imagine that everything that you learned, the entire Masechet Ksubas, had to be learned bal peh. No svarim, also to write it down. So the Mishnaic had to be written in a very poetic way. And many times they dropped the grammar in favor of memorization. And here's a great case of it. It should have actually said nasu, you're right. But it didn't say no. We keep it doichak. That Rebbe, when he wrote the Mishnah, he preferred the word nisu because it went together with the reish of psula and it's just easier to remember. No? Says the Gemara, Omar Rava. This idea that if a person has some sort of oinus, he could get out of paying his oinus, that doesn't work when it comes to a get. If somebody gives his wife a get, and again, we don't really relate to this, but in time of the Gemara, somebody went on a business trip. Think about it. He went on a business trip. It's not that he got on a commercial airline that the safety rating is out of this world. It's whatever. We don't want to be Pesach Pele Satan, but Baruch Hashem, there hasn't been a serious aviation accident in America in a real large commercial airline in, 20 years, right? Long time. Maybe somebody's going to correct me now, but a long time. In those days, you go on a ship, and it's a 50-50. He might not come back. So he has to write a get. They used to write gittin to the wives all the time. It's a normal thing. Some women had, 200 gittin in their house. Every time he went on a business trip, I'm not giving you any ideas, Avi, over there, but, a lot of guys in Ramat Shemesh, they have to go to America and travel on business. It's a normal thing. Give a wife a get. You say, if I don't come back, you don't have to, I have a creepy brother. I don't want you to fall the Yibum. Now, a lot of you guys don't even know what Yibum is, so we'll tell you. If, I don't have a chart. I really should get a chart here. Whatever. If a man dies without children, the wife falls Yibum and goes to the brother-in-law. Now, sometimes the brother-in-law is not a great guy. The husband knows it. He lived with the guy, his brother, for many years. So he says, okay, I'm going to get you out of this. Here's the get. If I don't come back, here's the get. Great. Now Rava says, this halacha doesn't apply. If he had some sort of oinus, he couldn't get back, too bad. He can say, I got COVID. I couldn't get back. They didn't let me back on the plane. They stopped me at the border. Too bad. You wrote a get. It's a good get. When it comes to food, if you can't get married, it's not too bad. I'm not going to pay you the 3 days of bread. But the get goes through. So now we're going to do a little gittin. You see, it's shas katan. Going through different mishnayos in gittin. Person says, I expect to be back in 12 months. If I don't come back, here's your get. And he died within 12 months. It's not a get. Now the reason is because how could it be a get? That means after he died, he gave the get. And that doesn't work. You can't give a get after you die. The Gemara's been died. Who didn't get? It's only because he died. Hachala, harez a get. It only says one case. If he dies, it's an extreme case, then it's not a get. But what if he had a simple oinus? He got COVID, he got sick. It's a good get. So you see that there's no oinus when it comes to gittin. By the way, Heads up. I'm loving this ksubas. Everything we're learning now, repeat tomorrow on Amud Aleph. The whole Amud Aleph is just basically, at least half of Amud Aleph is just repeat. So listen nicely today. It's going to fly nicely tomorrow. I looked in the art scroll. It's like these little 2.5 pages. Yevamos, 6 pages each Amud. Keep on turning and turning and turning. What's going on here? Subis, 2.5. Officially, you hear this? You only have to give volume 1. It's like most Subis, I think. I didn't check, but fine. It's easy stuff. What I'm saying, it's easy. It's geschmack. Join us. Stay with us. You love it. So, okay, so you see that if there's aynus, it's a good get. The aynus is not a good excuse. As the Gemara, perhaps being sick is not a get. In other words, it's a good excuse. And that's exactly what we're coming to say over there, a different chiddush. You're asking me, so talk about, why do you have to say that he died? Say bigger chiddush. Even he's alive, why do you have to kill him? Say he's alive, and he got sick, and it's not a get. Oh, because I want to tell you a different chiddush. Then get la'achar misa. I'm trying to tell you that if a guy, in another case, it applies to other cases. There's no such thing as a get going through after death. It's possible to do a retroactive get that was chal a month before, but there's no way that a get could be given after a guy dies. Says Gemara, whoa, in get lachamisa, hatana lereisha. You don't need to be mechadish that. That says mefurish. Here, gitin. Here's your get if I die. If he dies from this disease. Here it is. That case that you're talking about. You tell me a chiddush, it's not even the words. Here it says before it's in the words. Here's a get after I die. Omar klum, 0. Oh. Nevertheless, Dilma, I could still be doichek and say, or be metaretz, not a doichek. Dilma la pukim de Rabbi Seinu. Maybe it's coming to emphasize that we don't hold like Rabbi Seinu. The what? The sign Rabbi Seinu, Rabbi Seinu to really not say. Now, going back, we have to go back a little bit to Yevamos. Chalitza. If I was in Eretz Yisrael, I'd pull out my chalitza shoe, the whole thing. Yaakov Ayal, Yishkoyach, wherever he is, he's here. You say Yishkoyach to him. He made it with his own hands. The chalitza shoe, an original. If Rabbi Seinu say that this woman, the get is such a good get, you don't even have to do a chalitza. Sometimes we throw in a chalitza, just to be yoytze zayin, do a chalitza. So she's not chayiv, a lav of leisiash and chutza. Give her chalitza. No need to do chalitza. Why? Because the get is a great get. So I want to take away from that. Who are these Rabbi Seinu? Just like today we have Isser Yain Nesach, there was once Shemen Nesach. There was a Isser, I don't know if it was called Shemen Nesach, but their oil, the guy's oil is awesome. And the Bezin came along and said it's mutter. Savir like Rabbi Yosi, and they hold like Rabbi Yosi, the Omar is Manish Shtar Mechia Chalav. So you look at the shtar, and you see the time in the shtar, and you see that it's written 2 months ago. So we're going to go by the shtar, we're going to go by the date, not by the date of the death. That what? The Gemara talks about, Rashi brings the sugya of if somebody wants to give his children when he's alive, he wants to give them the business. How do you give a business to your children when you're alive? Now, he wants to benefit and make a living. He doesn't want to be kicked out into the street. But he wants to give him the entire business. Now, if he gives him the business after he dies, it's not going to work. He wants to give it to him today. So you have to use a lashon. Rashi says, Me'achshav ulachar misa. Such a lashon. From now, retroactive from now, and after I die. Okay. So you look at the shtar by us also, and you see, look, here, it says that he wrote it a long time ago. And retroactively, that's when it works. There was a Masechet Yevamot. There was a swindler who wrote in the tzava. He wrote a fake tzava. He said, I get the whole Yerusha. He comes to court, to Bezdin, whatever. Here's the... And they looked at the date, and the Rav was able to prove from the date. It said, Chveis, whatever it is, I don't remember the dates over there, but October, whatever it is. He looked in the date, and he saw that it fell out on Yom Kippur. It's impossible that he wrote it. He's a from guy. He didn't write a tzava on Yom Kippur. Sometimes the zman is mechiach, the shtar is mechiach. Velo, okay, so we're not learning from there. Ela Maseifa. So this is the classic. Guy says it should be chal now, today, retroactively, if I don't show up in 12 months. When I don't show up, in a year from now, it's going to be chal today. It's not chal after Misa, it's chal today when he's alive. And then he died within the 12 months. I raise a get, it's a good get. Why? Because it was given before he died. It's retroactive. So from this, says Gemara, Meis, Vuadin L'chala. So, it's when he dies. And also, obviously, if he's sick. Says the Gemara, so you see from here that the Einus doesn't work. It's a good get. It's not mevatel the get. Says Gemara, Dilma Meis Dafka. No, maybe it's not Meis and Chala. It's only Meis. Only if he dies do we go retroactive, and if he's sick, you'll say sick is less. No, sick is worse. Why? Because his whole idea is to save his wife from his brother, that she shouldn't fall evil. And that's only if he dies. So may have no raya whether or not if a person becomes sick, is that mevatel get or not mevatel get? How did Rava learn it? Elamaha. Don't worry about it, we're almost done. We're not going to finish the whole Amud, we're going to go to the next sugya. If a person says, here's your get, if I don't come back from today till 30 days. From today till 30 days. Levigita, then it should be a get. Also, he's there. He's this close to getting there. Upaskimabro, the ferry going over the river, is stuck. He's going crazy. He knows if he doesn't get over the water, his wife is going to be divorced. And what's going to happen if his wife is going to be divorced? Let him get married? No, she doesn't like him very much. He's going to get stuck, says Rashi. She's going to say, no, thank you. She's going for the get. No, thank you. So he starts screaming from the other side of the river, and he says, I'm here. But he's not here. He's on the other side of the river. Omer Shmuel, Lav Shmei Masya. He didn't get there. As they say in English, maybe it comes from here, he missed the boat. He missed the boat. He was trying to get over the river, and there's no go. And finally, right before we're mamish done, this idea of before we go in there and eat and have a great time and dance, it's going to be electric, it's going to be fire. Don't miss the boat. Don't say, I wanted to start Ksubis. I started Yevamos and I fell off the bandwagon and it's too late now. I'm not going to do it. No. You could scream, Chai v'kayom, I wanted to. Hey, stop the shot. No, you're here now. The boat's sailing right now. We're starting Ksubis. Get on board with us. And Be'ezer Hashem, we'll finish Ksubis together and we'll finish Shas together. Have a wonderful day.
Rabbi Yisai, please stay in your seats. We're just going to, as the food's being served for the next few minutes, just a little announcement. So a few things. First of all, there's going to be food, just to look. It's being set up now all around you where you are. There'll also be food. You want to stay. There'll also be food straight ahead down there. And we're going to have someone come speak in a moment. I just want to give again a breakdown. What is the schedule? The rest have the award ceremony followed by. What do we say? Followed by Ben Shushan. No, it's not a good idea. We just. Okay, if you didn't do it. Okay, everyone please stay in your seats. He wants a group photo for a wide photo, please in a second. And we're going to have, again, there's going to be food now, Hadran, dancing, Rav Ben Shushan awards, and then a surprise for Rav Eli that he doesn't know about. You yeah, you don't know about it. It's okay. By the way, shout out to Shlomo Shantov on his birthday, because he asked me to do that. A quick thing, I just want to give a round of applause here to Rav Eli. Tell me if you think I'm wrong. The most important person who didn't get a round of applause.
My wife.
You did that already. But okay.
My wife again.
But I think the most important person in this crowd didn't get a round of applause is every single person sitting here. They finished. Every person finished Masechet Yevamos. They're the hardest Masechet in Shas. You all deserve an amazing round of applause for doing that. Shkoyach to you and thank you so much. One of the things that we always have during, please be seated. The food is not being served yet. I'm calling the Sanal Weiss up a second. From the Sanal Weiss, if you can please come here a second. So one of the things we have as part of our shares, we have a mix of Hasidish, Litvish, Mizrahish, Svardish, and sometimes all of them in one person as well. And as you guys know, a Yid by the name of Moran Nakash, who put in literally, Rabbi said, I was part of this thing, 7 to 8 hours a day. And somehow he learned for 3 hours, and somehow he had a job also. Him, Shlomi Rosenberg, Yossi Klein, these guys spent hours and hours, and Tomer, it's crazy. So, and Nathaniel Weiss is a friend, please come here. Guys, he needs a mic. He needs a mic. You have a mic for this gentleman? This is from Nathaniel Weiss. He's going to say a few words. He's also part of the shir. Marab brought him to the shir. We want to have it throughout the night. If you could please get the mic from Nathaniel. Nathaniel is a common name.
He's the Nathaniel
yeah, he's the Nathaniel. You say not Nathaniel again, Shkoyach? Yeah, he's the guy.
He's the turning of the daf.
He's the turning of the daf. He's friends with Moran Nakash. Please come here. Shalom Aleichem.
Very nice to meet you.
And Nathaniel, please give a few minutes to say your story.
You guys hug? Of course we do. Warming up the
Shalom Aleichem, whatever Rabbi say. First of all, I would like to thank Rabbi Eli for giving such an amazing shir, for keeping us busy every single day with the daf, not letting us give up. And I would like to thank Mr. Murad Nakash for introducing me to MDY. I would like to share a little story on how I got introduced to MDY through Murad Nakash. It was about 6 months ago. I was talking to Murad. We were doing some business back and forth, and he was having a difficult situation with the vendor. He was holding a lot of his stuff up in the ports. And I don't have to tell you, whoever is in this industry, every day a container sits in the port. There's a lot of storage charges raking up every single day. It was a very stressful time for him. So we were going back and forth for 2 weeks, and whenever I spoke to Murad, he was always upbeat, always in a good mood. No matter what the situation was, he was always in a good mood. And at one point I stopped and I asked Murad, tell me the secret. How are you always in a good mood? Even if you're stressful, you're never in a bad mood? So he told me, listen here, there's a guy in Israel, his name is Rabbi Eli Stefansky. He gives the daf Yomi shir. And whenever I'm stressed, I just lock myself into a room, turn on the daf, I learn, and all my problems go away. Everything, all the stress goes away, and I'm good. So I told Murad, listen, that doesn't make sense. I have a shir every night, and whenever I do have stress in my life, I cannot concentrate on the Gemara, I cannot learn. It doesn't make sense that learning takes away your stress. So I told me, listen here, try it out for yourself. It was about 3 days before we started Moed Kuten, and I decided, you know what, I'll give it a try. I'll give it a try, and then Moed Kuten, I started, it was on a Friday. You mentioned that it's very hard to start on a Friday. So I started, it was Friday afternoon, it was one of the shortest Fridays in the year, and it was about 2 o'clock, and I started doing the daf. And I'm like 25 minutes in, and I'm like totally into the daf. I forgot about everything around me. And I said, okay, now I get it. every minute you're in it. You can't fall asleep while doing the daf. And since then, I've never stopped for a day. Baruch Hashem, now we finished Yevamos. And I would like to tell everybody, anybody can do it. Anybody can put away 45 minutes a day and learn the daf. If you haven't started, try it. And if you did, just bring someone else into the daf. You're going to change that person's life. Thank you, everybody.
Shkoyach. Nisano, thank you so much. Nisano, thank you so much. I don't mean myself, Yeshikayach.
Yeah.
Really appreciate the other Nisano against. Everyone tells me, my kids go, Tati, how come you didn't sponsor the share from Ran Nakash? That's all they know. So everybody said, okay, we're going to be food right outside, and in half an hour we're going to be seated back in your seats for the Hadran and dancing. Mazel tov, everybody. Security near Eli Stefanski now, please, thank you. Security.
Oh, came on a motorcycle? Shalom Aleichem, Shalom Aleichem. Shalom Aleichem. Ah, get over here. I have to say Shalom Aleichem.
Check. Check. Check.
Jens dan monitor off the stage. Daarop. Thank you. Is dat aan aangeplakt? Filter?
Doe het.
השיר הזוי והלמדו את בני ישראל ויעזור כי גזבי לכם את השיר הזוי והלמדו את בני ישראל Vakosho Hashem Elokeinu Es divrei soiras cho befinu Uvefio esamecho beis Yisroel Amecho beis Yisroel Oy ve'arevno Hashem Elokeinu Es divrei soiras cho befinu Uvefio esamecho beis Yisroel Yamcho beis Yisroel Yoel Eliyeh Anachnu Tzitzoeinu Tzitzoe Amecho Amecho Beis Yisroel Lo Yomi Dei Shemecho Lo Dei Sirzecho Yishmor V'niyeh Anachnu Tzitzoeinu Amecho Beis Yisroel Lo Yomi Dei Shemecho Lo Dei Sirzecho Yishmor Oy ve'arevno Hashem Elokeinu Es divrei soiras cho befinu Uvefio esamecho beis Yisroel Amcho beis Yisroel Oy ve'arevno Hashem Elokeinu Es divrei soiras cho befinu Vayda ben Moshe hat ihn so gezogen ben meyo vesrim und noch ja Yomi ihr gei bald daro von neu lomo dacht ich du sag ich für jeden jedes lay la soy soy lo nifle simi bkham lo yirkhay kay lo nifle simi bkham velo yeah. da 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 da.
No, you don't have to. Rabbi Sai, please have your seats. We're about to do the Siyum. Blaise about to come in. It's gonna be incredible. Dancing this was unofficial dancing. Look at the Olam was willing to dance. It was unofficial even, and the Olam was amazing. So please, Rabbi's about to come in. We're gonna do the Hadran. We need to set up. You need to set this up. Please set this up. The stage. We need chairs. Yeah, leave it. Yeah, we need a table here and everything. No, don't you? Just play a little music. Yeah. After see him right now. After the drusha. You can do the Hadran, then dance. No.
What?
You need like a drusha. It's only like half an hour. Right now?
Half an hour, 50 minutes.
20 seconds. After the Hadran, you dance. Yeah, bring it up. Yeah, we have it on stage.
We're done with the music now, right? You're doing the speech now?
Correct.
Right.
Okay, Rabbi Sai, please have your seats. We're going to do the Hadran, followed by dancing, followed by Rabbi Susan and a surprise for Rabbi. So please sit down. Yeah. Rabbi Sai, please take your seats.
The blue.
Siyum, right.
50 minutes?
Yeah, vada.
Not the drusha now.
Drusha.
The Drusha and the Siyum, correct?
15 minutes?
Yeah.
15 minutes?
An appeal, and then the Siyum's
That's
the
what,
end.
15 minutes?
Yeah, probably 20
Back
minutes.
down by the Siyum.
Exactly, but stay around here because for sure, yeah, vada, yeah. I know, understand. Belly, please. Table, leave it. It's nice. It's very nice, yeah. 100%. Yomi, bring it what we do. Rabbi Sai, please have your seat as we're about to do the Siyum. Rabbi, please sit down. Stand right here if you need. Why not? I don't care. Stand right here. Everyone, please take your seats.
Gentlemen, excuse me.
Take your seats. Is that better? Rat said I should scream. I did it.
No.
Okay, Rat said no. No, I took it.
Do true right now.
Rat said I should do tshuva right now. I am sorry. Please take your seats.
No, the rabbi sitting here.
Put it to the side. Okay, we're gonna have. I need this on the right side. It could be here also for you. And I'd rather. It's fine. If Ellie's gonna sit, let's move this here. If it's okay. Someone else. Let's move it to the left. If it's okay. He will. No, the rabbi's gonna speak also. Both. I need two mics. You have another mic? Give me the mic. Rabbi said, please take your seats. Again, I'm reminding everyone to schedule. Abeli, please sit down. Abeli, please sit down. What? Of course. How does the end? Abeli, please sit down.
Why am I sitting down?
Okay, I'm reminding everyone that by the end of the night, after the kumzitz, everyone's gonna have opportunity to have a picture with Reb Eli. But please, therefore, do not crowd around on the way. It's simply not gonna help and it's gonna delay the night. So asking everyone to please hang around, be patient. End of the night, everyone will be able to meet Reb Eli personally. Metz Hashem. Yeah. So once again, here's the schedule. We're gonna have right now 2-3 short words of chizuk, followed by the Hadran, the Siyum Masechet Yevamos. We're going to be dancing, Metz Hashem. Then we're going to have, after the dancing, Reb Ari Ben Susan, who is going to literally electrify, Ben Shushan, who's going to electrify the Olam. Who's going to absolutely electrify the Olam. And followed by an award ceremony and a surprise for Reb Eli. Metz Hashem. Is Eitan Merwis here? Okay, so one of the things that we always talk about in this year is how it impacts the lives of so many people from all different walks of life. And we chose 2 people, Nasanel Weiss, not me, and Eitan Merwis, to say a few words of how the shir impacted them. Please give your attention to Rabbi Merwis. Rabbi, it's okay, it's better. I'd rather call you Rabbi and you say it's Mr. than Mr. and you say you're Rabbi, it's better.
Good evening, good evening, everyone. March 28th, 2020. I made the call that no one should ever make. I called my wife and said, I'm not sure I will make it out of the hospital. My lungs were filled with COVID, pneumonia, and I was getting worse by the hour. The next morning, my doctor scripted me for intubation. While waiting to be intubated, I took my first deep breath in a week. The Yad of Hashem spared me. How was this possible? Unbeknownst to me, my son Yehuda saved my life. He started a WhatsApp Tehillim group. Within minutes, the first group was filled. By the next day, there were 5 groups with 1,000 people saying Tehillim for me. That was exactly when I took my first deep breath. Hashem decided there was more for me to accomplish in this world. For months, people I didn't even know would say, I daven for you. Some said it was their first time ever saying Tehillim. A classmate of my son said, I never knew that davening really works. A few months later, I was in Deal for Shabbat. My wife's cousin, Moshe Franco, asked me what I was learning and where I was holding. My response was, what are you learning and where are you holding? A week later, several of my longtime friends wanted to get together for dinner. 2 were Avelim and would only join with a Siyum. One of our chevra, Yogi Lishinsky, who's here tonight, made a Siyum on Eruvim for us. After, Yogi said to me, why don't you try Eli Stefanski's shir? The next day, I started Pesachim, and I haven't missed a daf since. But that's not the end of the story. I grew up in Brooklyn, went to Yeshiva Flatbush, BMT, YU. For 35 years, Torah learning, unfortunately, wasn't part of my daily life. Raising children, running a business, those were my daily priorities. Learning with Reb Eli has been a life-changing experience. Soon after I started the daf, my Yehuda said, Abba, we need to learn together. And for the last 2 years, he calls me from Israel at noon every day, and we learn Masechet Brachot. Then, my son Isaac says, Abba, you're doing the daf with Reb Eli and Brachot with Yehuda, what about me? Isaac calls me today at 9 a.m. every day, and we learn Masechet Shabbat. There isn't a person in this room that doesn't respect, admire, and appreciate Reb Eli. But what are we doing in return? There are many Eliisms, none more classic than was said again tonight. It's not about the daf, it's about the Yomi. Is it really just about learning? Does he just want us to open up a Gemara every day? I believe Reb Eli's selfless dedication, masterful teaching, charts, stories, and more all have one common objective: to inspire change, make what's uncomfortable comfortable, connect with all Jews, and that growth comes through a daily commitment to Torah learning. Hashem gave me a second chance to make these changes. Reb Eli has pushed me and all of us to grow every day. May in his merit, we all continue to make every Yomi count.
Shkoyach.
I would like to introduce someone who represents what MDY stands for, a balabas, a very successful balabas, but someone who has shown me and his kids what true Torah devotion is. And it's because of this person, that today I'm standing here. And I mean, the person behind all of this is my wife. And thank you, and without her seeing her father, my shver, my Rebbe, his unbelievable devotion to Torah. If you ever happen to be in my shver's house, 5 o'clock in the morning, Shabbos morning, he's there with the Gemara, steiging away. Every single night, and I mean every night, he's learning with the same chavrusa for 30 years straight, for hours. And he's a big Bal Kishrin. He's one of the most successful surgeons in the world. He's a very, very famous head and neck surgeon. And he uses the Chachma and his Kishrin for Torah. He gives Shiurim every Shabbos. He's the official Daf Yomi Magid Shir on Shabbos. He gives a Iyun Shir on Shabbos. But he's a YU boy and a surgeon. But that's what MDY stands for, that combination. And it's from my shver that I learned about charts and about diagrams and of such. I want to call it my shver just to say a few quick words of Divrei Bracha, Dr. Michael Friedman.
Thank you, Reb Eli. And I guess if it's Reb Eli, my daughter is Rebbitzin Fegi. So I was asked to say a few words, and I just reminded me of talking about speeches. We had many, many great Rosh Yeshiva in Skokie. Rav Kreinsworth was Rosh Yeshiva, Rav Chaim Zimmerman, and the Rosh Yeshiva often would get up and give a very long drasha. And the president would get up after the drasha and say the rule about speeches. And we said, speeches, if they're long and bad, it's very bad. If they're long and good, it's bad. He says, if they're bad and short, it's good. If they're good and short, very good. So hopefully mine will be at least good. So I just wanted to say a few words about Reb Eli. So I don't have to say all the shvachim because you all know him. You know him, you see him, you're with him, you and thousands of people. But you may think that Reb Eli came straight from Panovich to you. He learned in the best yeshivas. He was learning in Panovich when he was 12 years old, maybe 13. But he took a circuitous route. He didn't go straight from Panovich to Merkaz Daf Yomi. He came to Chicago after they got married. I kind of knew Eli before he got married. So when Fegi was in Shidduchim, was ready for Shidduchim, I have a cousin, very well known for his chasadim in Israel, but he was a specialist and who to go get a bracha from. Spiegel. Spiegel wouldn't let you do anything without a bracha from the right person. So when it's time for Fegi to get a shidduch, he took us to a Mekubal who was Rav Mandel. Some of you might have heard of him. He lived in right across from Panovich, a little basement, had his little minion there, very, 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 very recognized by all the Gedolim. And he came in, there was something about a certain shidduch, and the Rav said, he said, absolutely not. And he said, Zidarf Achevraman. And he kept repeating it, Zidarf Achevraman. Well, sure enough, Eli came into the picture, And then my cousin Spiegel met Eli, and he said, we have to go back to the Rav. He went back to the Rav. He said, what? What's wrong? He said, we have to go back. He goes to the Rav. He goes to the Rav and he says, Rebbe, the bracha was too stark. So here we are later. Eli decides to come to Chicago. He decides one day I'm operating. He decides to come visit me in the operating room. So Eli is coming in. Now, I was in the middle of surgery. He tells the people I'm a visiting professor from New Jersey. So the nurse says to him, he says, you're a visiting professor? How come you're not wearing a mask? How come you came into the operating room with him? He says, oh, in New Jersey, we don't wear a mask. So now I'm teaching residents, right? I'm doing an operation called the radical neck dissection, which I've done 1,000 times. And I'm teaching the resident that this is the way you protect the nerve and you move it up and move it to the left. And Eli says, you know, in my experience, we do it differently. And the residents are listening. They're listening to him. And they're saying, why don't you do it that way? So now, just our luck, and this only can happen to Rabbi Eli, wouldn't happen to anybody else. We're continuing with the surgery. I'm busy looking at the operative field. The anesthesiologist, I don't know what he was doing. Maybe he was dreaming a little bit. But all of a sudden, on the monitor, it's called asystole. The line of the EKG goes flat, right? Now, it happens that Eli sees this before anybody else. And he alerted the anesthesiologist and whatever. But now for the rest of our life, we have to hear how Eli saved that patient. Not that Eli likes to brag, but... Now, that didn't end his operating room career. It happened, I used to give a course for doctors on how to do a very difficult sinus surgery. It was new at that time, it was very difficult. And I had a resident who was also a shtickle Heverman from Israel, who was learning there for a couple years. And he and Eli decided that to prove a point that maybe my skills were not that great, they decided to film a movie in the operating room where a gorilla was doing the surgery. So there's Eli dressed up with a full gorilla costume, sitting in my seat doing the surgery, which they showed to all the doctors that came to look at this difficult surgery. He comes then to the office. I had a patient, a Meshuggah lady, used to come every week with ear pain, and there's nothing wrong with her. So every week, and she would come and come. Finally, one day, Eli's there. He takes her to another room, examining, and she comes out a half hour later. He said, he found it. There was a deep ear infection, and the doctor found it. And she was 20% of my income because she came every week. Eli figured medicine's not for him. He's going on to something better. He figured real estate. He figured real estate's good for him. He said, I'll go, my brother is in real estate. He says, I'll go with your brother, Uncle Dave. And he went. Uncle Dave says, okay, you're now Jose's assistant. So that didn't go off too well. And of course, you know the rest of the history. It is probably known to many of you. If not, you can read it in Ami magazine. Of course, Eli went on to be a very, very successful real estate developer, and among many, many, many other skills that he has. You're probably wondering, what is the wife of a Heverman? How do you define the wife of a Heverman? There's only one way to define the wife of a Heverman. The one way to describe Fagi, my daughter, is that she's an absolute tzaddikus. You know, what Ruth told. So when Eli decided, well, we're moving here to Israel, we're giving up everything, we're going to do Daf Yomi, he didn't plan it. He didn't plan it a year in advance, 2 weeks in advance, but maybe a week or 2 weeks. That's it. We're giving up the house in Chicago. We're moving to Israel. So the way to describe Fagi is the way Ruth spoke to Naomi when she told her, "Ki asher telchi elech v'asher telinu alin amcha ami v'alokayach alokai v'asher tamusi amus." What Eli was talking about, that you have to have the dedication to be memes yourself. That goes for my daughter and for the entire family, for Fegi, for his children, Lisa, Aaron, Akiva, Elazar, and Yoel, all the children who gave up a tremendous Mesiras Nefesh to move to Israel and to be there. So I just want to conclude, since I think I blew I'm into the bad, I'm getting into the very bad now, speeches. So I want to say one thing. All of you know the story at the end of Masechet Makos, a very well-known story. We're not doing Siyum and Makos, but reminded me of something else. The final story in Makos talks about Rabbi Gamliel, Rabbi Elazar ben Azariah, Rabbi Yeshua, and Rabbi Akiva were seeing the Churban. Right after the Churban, they saw fox running through the Harabayas, and of course the other ones were crying, and Rabbi Akiva was laughing. Rabbi Akiva was happy, and the Gemara tells us why was he happy? Because he said the Navi connects the Nevius of Uriah Navi and Zechariah. Uriah said there'll be a Churban, and Zechariah said there'll be a new Beis Hamikdash. There'll be a return and the ultimate Gulag of the Gula Shlema. So that's why he was happy, and I'm happy because besides the prediction, the Nevuah of Rab Mandel that said that Eli is a Heverman, which obviously we all know, there was another Nevuah. When Eli was a little boy, he was in the presence of the Rebbetzin Rebbe. I don't know how many of you know who the Rebbetzin Rebbe was, or about the Rebbetzin Rebbe, but he was a tremendous Baal Moifes, unbelievable Mofsim that I saw with my own eyes. There's a book about him that's amazing. But anyway, the Rebbetzin Rebbe said that Rab Eli, is going to be a Gadol B'Yisrael. He's going to be the Gadol. And of course, he's already a Gadol, but he's going to continue to be the greatest Marbitz Torah in history, and that the Nevuah of the Rebbetzin Rebbe is coming true and will continue to flourish.
I don't know if I speak on behalf of everyone, but you can speak a lot longer. It'll still be good. We decided to a little change of plans because we have the Olam already sitting, and to gather again after seeing it's going to be hard. We're just going to do it all in one shot. So, our next speaker is a person well known to everybody who watches this shir, who lives in Los Angeles. He's Poshet electricity in a human being. So just again, the plan, we're going to have Rabbi Ben Shushan speak. Then Rabbi Graz is going to say a few words, followed by 2 quicker words and the Hadran. So Rabbi Ari Ben Susan, you should know, took a big trip to come here. Came from Los Angeles, and he's actually, we were talking about people who support MDY and tell other guys to get other people. He himself, remember that one night, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5, 6? Rabbi Ari, if you want to do an appeal after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I'm perfectly happy. But he brings people to the shir, an amazing person, and he's part of MDY himself. Please give cover the Torah to Rabbi Ari Ben Susan.
Through the ringer. Please try to do your best. All right. Yeah, I'm not listening. Don't worry. Look at this. Holy moly. Kinahara. Wow. This is ridiculous. This is something. Rebelli called me up from Eretz Yisrael Kadisha. He calls me up, and Rebelli says to me, Ari, look, you missed the last Siyum. You missed when we did the Siyum here in Eretz Yisrael. We're going to be doing this Siyum on Yevamot, and we're going to do it by somebody's backyard and deal. You know, it's whatever, going to get a few guys. I'm going to call some people. Yeah, I'm going to call some people. We're just going to let them know that we're doing this, and it'll just be a nice little quaint. Do you want to fly in from Los Angeles? So I said, all right, let's do it. So I got on a red eye this morning. And a funny thing happened. Rebelli called a few people. When Rebelli Stefanski calls a few people, just a week later, that's it. We got to rent the big BellWorks because Rebelli Stefanski called a few people. You're one of the most beloved person that I've ever met. Kenai Nahara. So it'll be so cool. I cannot wait when the Siyum HaShas comes around because I want to see the look on the face of the Aguda representative when they go up to MetLife. And MetLife is, I'm sorry, but MDY already booked us. Oh my God, it's going to be amazing. I am so honored and privileged to be here. I do have to make a shout out to my Yidden in Los Angeles. We generally make the Siyum out over there together. So Baruch Hashem. And to be honest with you, conventional wisdom would state that, by the way, it's pretty cool. You know you're amazing when Reb Eli's taking a video of you. So I'm going to point that out.
Everybody's amazing.
So conventional wisdom would have it that for such a huge event, for a massive place like this, you'd get a big, big rabbi to be your keynote speaker. You'd get a Rabbi Waxman, you get a Rabbi Fran, you get somebody with a bird. No, I mean, you get a massive Talmid Chacham, a Gadol b'Yisrael. But anyone who knows MDY knows their success has nothing to do with conventional wisdom. MDY makes no sense. MDY would rather have an MDY member fly in from Los Angeles instead of having, and I happen to know that there were Gedolim in Yisrael who were in contact to go, like, no, it's okay. We have this schnook named Ari Ben Shushan. It makes it, but the entire concept here of not doing the conventional wisdom, of not going down the path that everybody else has taken. Because if there's one word to describe MDY, it's unconventional, it's out of the norm. And that's pretty amazing. And that's, I think, the story of everybody here. Get the drinks. Who picked the wine, by the way? Fantastic. By the way, please don't drink the 5 Stone in the back. You don't know what's going on. If you don't know wine, just stick to the Malaga. Because it's fantastic. So many of the MDY members sitting here tonight, honestly, simply, you shouldn't be sitting by your own Siyum of Yevamos. Sorry. Doesn't make sense. I know a lot of you. It doesn't make sense that you pulled it off. I mean, you should be celebrating other people's Siyumim, all right? You should be by your grandkids' Siyum or by your son's Siyum, clapping in the back, just standing there. But the fact that you're here now by your own Siyum, it's because MDY doesn't make sense. And it's because everybody here decided to be a demand of themselves of V'sein chalkeinu b'sarasacha. Everybody over here picked up on that certain attitude, and it became addictive of V'sein chalkeinu b'sarasacha. I'm done going to other people's siyumim. I'm done hearing about everybody else's success. What about me? Right? Just that feeling of, like, I want to have that. I want to be that. I got one chance at this. Why can't it be me? V'sein chalkeinu b'sarasacha. Give me a piece of Torah. It's mine, Eivishter. And answering that call, so many of you out there in the crowd right now, we're about to make a Hadran together, and it's something so incredible to know that we're all sharing that same fire, that same demand on ourselves. And the daf has now molded your life. It's amazing about the daf. You can tell a lot about a person about the type of daf that they do, right? Some people are the morning daf yid, that's who they are, that weirdo at 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry to call you weirdo. It's just, to me, it's impossible. 4 o'clock in the morning. But they're up there and they're going, you're amazing, morning daf yid. Give a round of applause to the morning daf yid. I don't know how he does it. And then you have the midnight daf yid. That guy who doesn't go to sleep at all until he gets there. And then you have the Zoom daf yid because he doesn't want the edited version to come out later. He wants to get all the good stuff. Then you have the Mr. 10 daf yid who makes it up on Shabbos yid. And then you have the guy who says he's an MDY daf yid, and he just listens to Reb Zachariah Resnick do it in 18 minutes yet. Yeah, those who know all daf know that. And then look, we even have some people who are buy the whole shas after doing 2 blot daf yid, right? That they get so into it that's it, just jump on Art Scroll and they order it right then and there because they did 2 daf in Megillah and they're hooked. Or you're the cheapskate daf yid who doesn't want to buy a Gemara because they have a free PDF on all daf. But then you have the most terrible of all daf yidin. This odd creature. You're that strange Ganev who makes up fake emails to get his Art Scroll Gemaras free from MDY. If I ever should come to your house and you have an entire Art Scroll Shas of MDY Gemaras, either you convince 70 people, like the entire Yardei Mitzrayim, to join the daf, or you have way too many Gmail accounts. It's one of the two. So, and now, a lot of you are actually starting to think, I can actually finish Shas. It's within the grasp. It's a possibility. My connection, a lot of you have seen that video back in Los Angeles where Baruch Hashem we were zeicha to be able to get different people to join up onto the daf then. And I want to share with you what I said to them because I want it to sink into you. I want this one to bite you right in the subconscious. Baruch Hashem, I said subconscious. With all your days, all of your enjoyments, all your vacations you've had, all the comforts that you have, would you trade it all for one amazing daf? Meaning, is there any enjoyment that comes close? Is there anything, a trip to Hawaii, 100-year-old whiskey, is there anything as good? Your 9th grade Rebbe didn't lie to you when he said that there's mamish nothing like the daf. So I want you to appreciate what it is that you have. The Maral tells us that the word sefer and the word sipur are the same word because sipurim, stories, when you put enough stories together, then sefer, it becomes the book of you. It becomes a story of your life. Yevamot, it was a chapter, but please don't let that be the last chapter. And if you haven't started yet, get your skin in the game. Get your teeth gritted. Get in it. You have to start right now. You have to really get into this right now, and I want to get into why in the next few minutes. So before I do, I want to talk to Reb Eli for a second. You can all listen. Once you're here already, you might as well take a peek, but I want to talk to Reb Eli just for one second. Reb Eli has gone through enough embarrassment, the poor guy. You know, having a father-in-law stand up, you know, and tell everybody all the different things. But Reb Eli, I do want to say that Achdus, we all know, is the one thing that the Eibishter loves more than anything else. And that the Achdus that the MDY family brings together. I heard enough stories today as I came in. I've hugged enough strangers that if I don't give COVID to all of LA, it will mamish be a miracle. Number one. So it's an amazing thing. And 2 is I heard enough stories of in the mishpacha of MDY, how everybody, so many incredible stories of chesed and connection to each other. So the Eibush is looking down with a nachas of achdus. But Reb Eli, look at this place. I mean, look. It's pretty darn big. Okay, it's not as big as your house was in Chicago. Fine. And now you moved, right? Whenever you hear Reb Eli quit whining about his house in Chicago, okay, we get it. It was big. But Reb Eli, that wasn't the house that you built. This is the house that you built. This is the house that you built. How did he build it? It wasn't direct. If you would try to build something like this directly, to build a phenomenon that this is a movement in Klal Yisrael, he built it indirectly. He built it with years and years of learning, years of the 8-minute daf recordings, years of just pushing himself beyond, but it goes much deeper. I want to give you my theory on how this all came together. I had a student in Eretz Yisrael. I used to be a Rebbe in Eretz Yisrael. I had a student in Eretz Yisrael that was so terrible. His principal called me and said, if I take him to my yeshiva, he will never send me another guy. He was a troublemaker like you can't imagine. Comes to Eretz Yisrael, and we had rented a villa in one of the most expensive places on top of Ramat Eshkol. Those villas are millions of dollars. And the owner said to me, please, whatever you do, this villa is my everything. And I bring about 25, 30 nudniks into this place. 2 weeks in, I show up, and the guys see me. I come in for night seder, and the guy said, "Uh-oh, the rabbi's here." He's here? Oh my gosh, he's here? And everybody runs to the back of the building. So I run to the back of the villa, and I look up. And this kid, the really bad kid, he got a hold of spray paint. And he spray painted the entire back of this multi-million-dollar villa on Jerusalem stone, the worst of the worst things that a human being could possibly express. He sprayed it all over. And he looked at me with a smile. He wanted me to do what every Rebbe has ever done to him. And I looked at him, and I put on an angry face, and I said to him, "I'm really upset." He said, "I know." I said, No. I'm really upset because I'm an artist. I draw and I paint. And what a chutzpah it was to go ahead and spray paint this entire wall without calling me first and inviting me. I said, "You did a great job, kiddo." I want to tell you why I did that. And that same year, when a student of mine was selling drugs to an undercover cop in Israel, and I got arrested for it, and I kept him in my school, I want to tell you why. Because I looked at these boys and I said, they need somebody to call Rebbe. They need somebody to have a connection to. Rabotai, I had it easy. All I had was a spray-painted wall, and all I did was got arrested by super cops. Reb Eli, Klal Yisrael needed somebody to call Rebbe. And in Shemayim, they looked down and they said, who's going to be the one? Who are we going to give it up to? And they saw the dedication of him and his Rebbitzin and his family. And they said that with that dedication, this is the man who can take Klal Yisrael to the next step. This is the one who will have the ability to bring so many tens of thousands every single day on the journey of the daf. Baruch Hashem, thank you for giving us somebody to call Rebbe. Okay. Ksubis. Look, hey, Yevamos was an incredible accomplishment. I mean, if you're single, then definitely put on your shidduch resume, you finished Yevamos. The girl will be like, wow, he's a Talmid Chacham. And, if the girl finished Yevamos and she put it on her resume, then if you date her, don't say a Devar Torah. She will tear you to pieces. But let's talk about Ksubas, shall we? One daf. It takes one daf. No one can do that daf for you. Nobody can do it except you. What we do for the daf. We push, we claw, we fight, we spit blood. We demand so much of ourselves. We cry until we get over the finish line every single day for each and every single daf, because we know when we add all those dafim together, that becomes a life well lived instead of an existence that could have just passed. When someone who isn't doing the daf asks you, have you ever met that guy who isn't doing the daf, and he asks you, so did you do your daf today? I'd love to ask that guy. I'd love to ask him, do you have any idea what you just asked me? He'd say, yeah, I asked you, did you learn a page of Gemara front and back? No. I know you think you believe you know what you asked me, but do you know what you really asked me? You asked me, not did you do your daf today? You asked me, did you live yet today? Have you been reinvigorated today? When I was 15 minutes into a daf in Yevamos, and I had no idea what was going on. I have no idea who the shadchan was back then. But apparently the shidduch crisis of back then was much worse than it is today. If all those people were marrying each other constantly in Yevamos, all the wrong people are marrying each other all the time. And I was ready to give up, and I felt like giving up. And I didn't give in. I grit my teeth and I pushed through. You know what you really asked? When you asked, did you do your daf today? You asked, Have you become a Baal Bechira again today? Did you choose today? Have you lived life like the way the Ramchal and Derech Hashem says that a person is supposed to pick perfection, stay away from deficiency? Have you really lived today? That is really what Daf Yomi is. It gives us life. And so, this question, what will be your answer? Let me tell you something you already know. Life isn't rainbows and Slurpees and 7-Eleven. You're going to get hit. We're all going to get hit. Again and again. What do you want, man? We live in a generation where for some odd reason we get hit. Honestly, humor died along with COVID. There's been so much that's been demanded of us to grow up. We've all aged decades in just a few years. You're going to get hit. And it's not about how hard you got hit, it's about how hard you could get hit and keep on going through the daf. You got hit hard, you missed 3 daf, you missed 3 months, you missed the entire darn Masechta. But how hard can you get hit? Can you get hit hard enough and still persevere? Don't you get it? That's what it means. It's not about the daf, it's about the Yomi. Don't you understand? That's what it means. It's not about the daf, it's about the Yomi. It means you're not weak. You're strong. You're not weak. So you missed the day, but you're a Yomi Yid. You can get hit hard by kids who are crying. You can get hit hard by lawyers who are coming after you. You can get hit hard by being tired. You could get hit. But it's not about the daf that you missed. It's about the Yomi of tomorrow that you will make, because you know there's nothing in life worthwhile, as powerful, as amazing as making you what the Eibishter always wanted you to become. When Hashem made you, the Eibishter had demanded of your neshama, become this, get hit hard, and come back with the Yomi. You got to jump into Ksubis. You got to jump into Ksubis. If you don't know what it's about, I'm going to tell you a dark, dirty secret. We're going to end with this. I missed a lot of Yevamos. Kama chatai ani maskir hayom. A friend of mine in Los Angeles said, "Nu, are you going to fess up?" You're the guy standing there in front of them. Are you going to fess up? And the answer was, no, I'm just going to lie. There are a bunch of fanatics. They will serve me for Lel Shishi if I stand up and I tell them I didn't finish. But let me ask you something, and be honest. We all know we're friends. Do you like this beard trim? Because I did this myself. I'm very proud. It was a good. And when I looked into the mirror to trim my beard, I see that it's not only my beard that's getting trimmed, but it's my ears as well. There's an older man looking back at me in that mirror every single day. I don't want in years from now that old man in the mirror to look back at me and say, I wish I could have come back to this moment in BellWorks and have decided that all because Ari Ben Shusham missed certain parts of Yevamos, it's not about the daf, it's about the Yomi. I don't want to live a life of what could have been. I don't want to live a life of regret. Regret is reserved for those who allow the weakness of excuse to settle in as a fact. Victory is for those who are brave enough to take that responsibility for what was and open up a ksubas for what will be. Rabotai, I used to say we are the few, we are the proud, we are the MDY members. Given a look around, we are the many, we are the proud, we are the abbas and the tatis to children who look up to us. We are the ones who will give it into the next generation. You don't know. I'm going to finish off with a story that made me cry today. There's a story that's been said, but there's a certain lady out there whose husband was doing the daf, and unfortunately he passed away. And Rabotai, every single day, she turns on Reb Eli's Good Morning, and she turns on Reb Eli's Daf, because she said, although my husband isn't here to learn it, I still want my kids to be affected by it. Lama nigara. You're here. You're healthy. You have the ability. We can all come together and join by a Siyum Hashas in a few years from now, knowing that we will never live a life of regret. Rather, we will live a life knowing that we've lived to the fullest. Chazaku Baruch. And thank you so, so much for being a part of our wonderful mishpacha. Mazel tov.
Rabbi Isai, please remain seated. Shkoyach. I'm so sorry for Yaakov Graz. He has to follow this. I feel so bad for him, Pashit. Even like a 2-minute speech, but another round of applause for Ari Ben Shushan. Yasher Koach. Amazing, amazing. So again, I'm just going to reiterate what we're going to do right now. Please be seated. We're going to have Rav Yaakov Grazi come up here for 2 minutes, followed by a presentation, two gentlemen, and he better come up, followed by the Hadran and dancing the Chavodah Torah. Without further ado, this is Rav Yaakov Grazi, like I said, the most Ashkenazi-looking Syrian you've ever seen. Please come. No pressure after Rabbi Shusha, no pressure, no pressure. Michlal, no pressure.
Hiding in the back. Thank you for the smicha, Nisano. Just number one, I mean, this is unbelievable Kiddush Hashem or Kiddush Hashem that we say, and I want to publicly express my Hakarat HaTov to Rav Eli on behalf of the 13,000. This all came from Nisano, my numbers. On behalf of the 13,000 people who learned with Rav Eli, making the daf so clear, entertaining, for preparing his full day, whether it's waking up at 3 o'clock in the morning or spending hours upon hours wherever Rav Eli is, so each and every person in this room can learn the daf crystal clear. Besides for all the great food and entertainment tonight, especially Rabbi Ben Shushan, we're all here to celebrate the Siyum of Yevamot, or some of you may call it Yevamos. But even more so, we're all here to celebrate that we completed this together, ba'achdus. I mean, come on, look at this crowd. It's phenomenal. If there's any one organization that has been responsible for possibly the largest growth in the Jewish world, it is MDY with Rav Eli Stefanski. Over the past year, according to Nisano's numbers, MDY has gained an additional 8,000 members. Last month alone, over 350,000 hours were learned. This couldn't be done without the $1 million spent on advertising, free Gemaras, Mr. Potato Head charts, a design and editing staff, and of course, the Kollel. It's no surprise why MDY has over 13,000 followers to date, plus another 800 that just signed up. MDY is launching tonight a new initiative so that everyone who wants to, it's completely voluntary, can help support this year with a small monthly donation of $10 or $20 or $50 or $100. There's a lot of options up there, so choose what you like. You can all find this link in your leaflets. There's a QR code for the guys who have a kosher phone. They have in the back, you can write out your donations. You can give them to me, you could give them to Nisano, Murad Nakesh. There's a bunch of guys, any one of the Baldwin brothers. Give them your donations and help support Klal Yisrael. Please step up to the plate. Scan the QR code on the leaflet or go to www.mdymonthly.com. Put down a monthly donation so that we can double this year in size, spread Torah throughout the world, and have 20,000 more people find the beauty in the Torah that you yourselves are experiencing. And let's bring Mashiach once and for all. Thank you.
the Tano and Tomer, I don't know what that thing is for the, yeah. Shkoyach. Two things. That's it. I just want to point out a little bit, well, people are aware of the amount of work that went into the Siyum. So, I could tell you that there are many people behind the scenes who did a lot of work. Aaron Hirsch had a whole factory in his closet, and Peretz Chaim Levine putting signs half of America. It's not much amazing. So many people did so much work, but there are a few people who I know spend literally, Rabbi said, I'm not Bli Guzman what I'm about to say, 5-6 hours a day for the last 3-4 weeks. A day. There are three important people: Shlomi Rosenberg, Miranda Kash, and Yossi Klein. Every day, non-stop, for hours and hours and hours upon end. And a big credit goes to our wives for letting us spend later hours at night, mamish till the morning. My wife said, who's this Miranda Kash? He's my best friend. I know you never met him, but we speak like all day for 5-6 hours. So we'd like to call up for a minute Miranda Kash to come take something. Please come up to the stage, man. I know he wasn't ready for this. Please come for a minute. That's right here. Shkoyach, come, Mirad. Absolutely no pressure. You can say whatever you want, Rebbe.
Well, heartfelt Yisher Koyach to Murad. This is his initiative. He was in the Siyum on Seder Mayit in RBS. We spent the whole Shabbos there. And he was so inspired after the Siyum. He came over to me. He said, we must do this in my hometown, Deal, New Jersey. I have a lot of SY Chevra that need to join the shir. Come. I said, okay. He said, listen, it's going to be on the beach. It's going to be this. He fakayt me some lakshan, and I was in. But I have a tremendous debt of gratitude, a tremendous akar satayv. Look what he put together here. He's a very successful businessman who spent countless big business, and he has a lot of people that he has to deal with, and he's able to put aside for somebody that runs, I think, more than one company. I think I heard two. He never told me, but to spend 5-6 hours a day, and I was on a Zoom meeting, and they're telling me this is the tail end of a 5-hour Zoom meeting. 5 hours to sit and look at Yossi Klein and so tremendous akar zatayv. Look what you accomplished, Murad. You should be very proud of yourself. And we want to present this to you, a very, very small token of our appreciation. Toda. Thank you.
You're not prepared? Oh, come on, who cares? I wasn't prepared either, who cares? Okay, so Shlomi Rosenberg, are you here? All right, he's not going to come. My mom had a fight with him. We bought him a Ketoris. Is his name? Pretend you're him? Okay. So Shlomi Rosenberg, even though he's not here, I hope his wife is listening. This man has spent hours upon hours in MDY. If you've ever gotten a Gemara, if you've ever signed up for a WhatsApp, if you've ever seen anything MDY, this man lives, breathes. Rabbi Sai, you do not know the amount of work that people put into this year. It is unbelievable. And please, just step off your plate. Please give a round of applause to Shlomi Rosenberg, even though he's not here. Okay, so we're about to go to the Siyum. I'd like to call Reb Joey Levy up to the stage to invite the two people to come say the Hadran. Don't be embarrassed, it's not a busha. And Reb Eli's going to be Messiah the Masechet Yevamos, followed by the Kaddish, and then we're going to have dancing. And just what he said, there's this paper in everyone's booklet. He wasn't clear. Every bag has this form. Please fill it out. For anything of $1 million above, please see me because the credit card fees are too high. So it's Pasha Nakadai. So please fill it out, give it to us, Rabbi Sai. It can't be done without your help, and step up. Where's Reb Joey? Yeah, please come here. Please come. Come here a second, please. Give a round of applause for Reb Joey Levy, who's supported the Shir and the Hadran. Fine, Reb Eli. Siyum. That we're going to dance. And also, Miller dancing, Yosef Goldstein wants a picture. Shuli Goldstein. Remember, at the end of the night, there's going to be pictures of Reb Eli. Please, patience.
Toda. Guys never saw me with a hat. Weird. From Siyum to Siyum. And on Shabbos. And Shachris, Mincha, Ma'ariv. No, I'm just Baruch Shechiyonu v'kiyimonu v'giyonu lazman hazeh. I'll take off my hat now. For the Siyum, we'll put it on for Siyum. It's a tremendous occasion. It's one that I know I will never forget. I'm sure most of you won't forget tonight. Over 1,500 people gathered to be Messiahim, the hardest Masechet in Shas, according to most people. Truly, you all deserve a big round of applause. To go through Masechet Yevamos. And yeah, we had cartoons, but many days it felt like a drag. I saw the looks in people's faces. What is going on? Double, maze, this, that, the back, forth. There's a picture of one of the charts we did over there in the back. It's like, what is going on? So we're celebrating the Siyum of Yevamos. We're celebrating good luck to all our characters and cartoons. Adios. And we're celebrating the beginning of a new Masechta. I want to first, Hakar Satayv, to Ma'eshes Chayil for allowing me to do this every day. Of course, to the Rebbeinu Shel Olam, who I thank every day. We said thank you to Marad Nakash. We have Joey Levy, who's sponsoring the Hadran. He already locked in the Hadran for Ksubas, so don't even try to bid. He's been with us. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you also had the Hadran on Shabbos. Where is he? He's gone. Oh, here he is. Hi, Joey. Uncle Joe. Was it Shabbos? Shabbos. Eruvin also? No, okay. So Yishkoyach. Yishkoyach to Yoshi, the artist, who helped us and made it easier to get through the Masechta. He had other jobs and he was working sometimes to 2, 3 in the morning. Tremendous Yishkoyach to him. Yishkoyach to Yossi Klein. The man is a legend. He's unbelievable. He probably spent from his own money over $250,000 this year alone, and he's not such a gvir like he spends. He spends, it's all on credit cards, whatever. But it's not just the money, it's the hours upon hours, the dedication. He even has in his office a secretary, I'm not kidding, that works, she's dedicated to MDY only, in his office. And every Ami ad, everything comes from his pocket. He doesn't ask me, doesn't tell me, just puts it in there. I'm like, what is this? Yeah, don't worry about it. And by the way, he pays, like I mentioned this, we have to say tremendous Hakar Satayv to Morty Rubin, another guy that put in hundreds, probably thousands of hours for tonight. And he's the one that developed our new tablet that will come out. It's already ready, but a lot of people are wondering where it is. We had some, thank you, Yaakov Ayal, the guy in charge of the merch. He was able to break into the tablet, so then we had to come back and redo it. Then he broke into it again. I think we're good now. But Morty, he's an artist, and he does all the ads for MDY for free, and all the money that he would have taken goes to our Tyree Yedid, who we lost from COVID, Rabbi Yidi Leibowitz, who was nifter at the age of 46, our artist. All the money, Yossi Klein goes and pays his family, Yidi Leibowitz's family. So again, Morty makes all the art, he doesn't get a cent. All that money goes to Yidi Leibowitz's family. Who pays for it? Yossi Klein. Nisan Gans. Nisan Gans is the one who's basically single-handedly responsible of bringing thousands of people to Torah. He's a marketing genius. He's a very, very good chaver. There are days that go by, I don't speak to anybody on the phone, but I'll call him, stam, to get some mussar from him, and then I hang up and I go weiter. My partner, Benzi Friedman, I haven't even seen him tonight, but I know he flew in. So, Yishkoyach Benzi, wherever you are, thank you for being the Zvulun and taking care of the business. Shlomi Rosenberg, I know you don't like recognition, but again, thousands of hours for MDY every year. A very successful businessman who runs a huge company. He does all these. I don't even know what he does. He's a tech genius, and he puts together massive, 100,000 person meetings and all these things. Yet he has countless hours every day. He responds to all the emails. If you complain about me, I don't even see it. He just answers people. He ships out Gemaras. Everything. So, yishkoyach to him. I mentioned Rav Fischel, who's been a huge sponsor with MDY. He doesn't want me to say that he gave $100,000 to Ksubis. I'm not going to say it. But I already said it yesterday, so I think everybody who heard the shir yesterday, but I won't say it again, I promise. But he's given more than that this year. He's sponsored the entire Masechet Megillah. He paid people $5,000 a pop just to learn Masechet Megillah with Shakla V'Tarya. He's doing that now for Ksubis. Get in line, but you have to be related to him. Or his son, something like that. So, Yishkoyach Rav Fischel for being such a big sponsor and a believer in MDY. I know I'm missing people. Tomer Levy, the executive director of MDY, he's always in the back left corner. I don't see him, but he's probably hiding right there. Gary Ben Moshe, who left his family, flew in just to drive me from Baltimore to New York, so Yishkoyach for that. And also he does the tech stuff on the side. Thank you. Nisanel Younger for putting this whole event together. He's a party planner, a high-end party planner in Eretz Yisrael, and he came here to do that, so Yishkoyach. Who else am I missing? Aaron Hirsch. Here's an example of somebody in Lakewood who stayed up all night putting the bags together, brought the chevra together. Just people that like to give and give so that the Olam should benefit from it. Shalom Rand, Yishkoyach for everything you do, and Yaakov Yosef Ayal for running the merch. And of course, I have to say thank you to my children. Akiva's in the house, by the way. He came all the way from Los Angeles. He's somewhere. And Lozzie. Now, the biggest tzaddik in the room, in my opinion, is Shlomo Lelazarian. That's a whole different story. He takes care of my son Akiva in Los Angeles. He took care of Lozzie for the last 2 weeks. He took him. Listen to this. I'll just say quickly. One day, my son arrived. He paid for his ticket to get to Los Angeles. And when he got there, he took him to Universal Studio, but that wasn't enough. That same day, he took him in a helicopter ride around Los Angeles. The next day was the Dodger game and another amusement park. Every day, it wasn't enough, one thing, 2 things a day for 2 weeks straight. The guy's a tzaddik. The guy's unbelievable. I have tremendous hakar satayv to him. Thank you. And I think he bought Akiva, an MDY suit. He's running around there somewhere with a custom suit just for tonight. So Yishkoyach. All right. If I missed somebody, I apologize. I'm sure I did. Okay. Anybody? Last. Paris Chaim Levin for setting up booths in all the stores in New York and setting up tonight. He drove out all the way from Brooklyn to Baltimore. And the list goes on. There's so many people. By the way, I want to ask this. If you don't mind, there's somebody, Reb Cheskel, I forgot his last name, Rosenberg, flew in from Brazil just to be here. People who flew in just from London. So if you flew in from somewhere far, or you came, somebody drove from Montreal, I think it is. I think I met him. I don't know if I met him, but I saw him on Zoom, and he told me he's driving in. If you actually came from a crazy place, please come up to the front so you could have a first picture. Say Shalom Aleichem. It means a lot to me. All right. That being said, I had a whole different speech, but because Rabbi Ben Shushan, he killed it. Rabbi Isai, I'm so happy I asked him to speak and not one of the Gdolim. It was an amazing, amazing speech. Rabbi Isai, it's very good to do the daf. Steht in Mishlei. Okay, anyway. I'm not poking fun, but this was mamish amazing. It was unbelievable. A lot better than I thought, and I'm very happy I asked him to come. So Yishkoyach, Bezer Hashem, at the Siyum Shas, I'm reserving you now in MetLife. After the cruise. The Gemara in Yevamos, it's unbelievable how the Masechta finishes off with an amazing story, Daf Kuf Chof Aleph, almost at the end. Chaval wasn't Kuf Chof Beis, but it's Kuf Chof Aleph, close enough. And this is the story, and I just want to talk a little bit about it. This is the incredible story that Rameir Shapiro spoke about when he introduced the concept of the Daf Yomi, and that is that Reb Gamliel saw a ship go down, and he was very bitzar because he knew that the Gadol Adar, Reb Akiva, was on the ship, right? One of the greatest human being that ever lived, or right up there. And lo and behold, Reb Akiva shows up, and he starts talking to him and learning. He's like, whoa, how did you get here? And he said the famous line, I was in the ocean, and I saw a daf, and I grabbed onto the daf. The daf is a board, a flotation device, and I floated, and every time a wave came, I ducked my head. It's incredible. You don't even have to explain it. There's nothing to explain. It's right there. As Rabbi said, life is not about living a comfortable life. Everybody has a pekel. Every single person. Everybody has a tzara. Everybody goes through really difficult times. But the daf, when you have Torah, you get through everything. Those waves, they could hit you in the face, they can knock you over, or you could surf them and enjoy. You could laugh at the tsaras, so to speak. You understand that that's what life is. There's ups and downs, there's waves, there's bigger waves. But you could take that daf, that surfboard, jump on it, and ride the wave. The famous Shari Tshuva that I love to mention, one of my favorites. The Shari Tshuva says that everybody has tsaras. That's what we came here for. Everybody does averos, so everybody needs tsaras. The Shari Tshuva is mechadash, that you could choose what your tsar is. You could choose to take that tsar through Torah. That morning that you don't want to get up, that you wish it could be under that blanket, that hot blanket, and you get up 4 a.m, whenever it is, that's tsar. But it's tsar of Torah. What would you rather? A terrible disease? Or getting out of bed when you don't want to get out of bed? Or when your eyes are closing at 12 o'clock at night, but you say, I'm not going to go to sleep until I finish the daf. You could choose. You'd be a fool not to choose the tsar of Torah and Rahman al-Islam. Get a zap in Parnasa. Get a zap in Chinuch, Yiladim, in Shalom Bayis. You could choose it here. So you take that tsar. It's difficult to do Yevamos. Some dapim were difficult. But you do it anyway. That is a tsar, and that's the tsar of Torah that the Shari Tshuva says is mechaper ya'avonos, and could get you through all the problems. The Ramchal in Derech Eitz Chaim says, everybody asks the question, they teach the baby in the mother's stomach all the Torah, and then the Malach comes, flicks the baby, he forgets all the Torah. Why? Why do it if you're going to flick the baby and make the baby forget? So they say, Chazara, this, that. Says the Ramchal, beautiful, deep. He says first, HaKadosh Baruch Hu wants to pound the neshama with Torah, overload it with Torah. The problem is, if you have Torah, then there's no room for the Sitra Achra. Then the Yetzer Hara can't get you. You're full of Torah. So he makes you forget the Torah, so that you could have an aside in this world. Oh, so what do you see? Adam ki Yevamos ba'ayal. Again, the idea that you're main misatzmi al Torah, you kill yourself at Torah. You're not killing yourself, you're saving yourself. It's life. Torah, learning the daf, doing it every day, gets you through the day, so you don't have to interact with the Yetzer Hara. Now he won't have the ability to attack you the way he does. All right, so now we're going to move on to the Siyum. We're holding literally 3 lines before the end, I think. Just to recap, we had a great story here where 2 guys were walking and the soldiers, the whatever, were chasing them and wanted to kill them. So one of the guys jumped on a tree, grabbed a branch, and started battling the soldiers. And his friend, after the guys ran away, he yelled out, he says, "Aryeh, wow, you're such a lion. How do you do that?" The guy told him, "How do you know my name is Aryeh?" "Indeed, that's my name." And the Gemara says, "But you have to interrogate the Edom. How could you trust?" The guy said, "Yeah, he died, and based on his testimony, his wife got married because he knew his name. He knew his name was Aryeh, and that. Do you have to interrogate? Do you not have to interrogate?" So the Gemara says the machlokes, and then the Gemara says, so by a woman, do we have to interrogate the Edom that the woman's husband died? So the question is, how do we view a woman who could get married? Do we view it like mominous? Now she could go pick up her ksuba. It's a money thing. Or is it nefashos? Hey, she's a ishes ish. And if the guy's wrong, there's a chiv misa here. So what is it? It's mominous or nefashos? That's machlokes. Says Gemara, it's like mominous because it's a ksuba. You're allowing ishes ish to the world. Hold on. 1 second. Interesting. There are 4 Masechtes that finish with this line. And they're all in the word of the Pasuk V'chol B'nayich, as the Gemara brings. Brachas, Nazir, Yevamos, and Krisus. Unbelievable. Omar Rebbe Lazar, Omar Rebbe Chanina. Talmidei Chachamim Marbim Shalom Ba'olam. Talmidei Chachamim, perhaps because we're just coming off a sugya, think about it. You have an aguna, you have a woman who can't get married. Her life is messed up. Talmidei Chachamim, when they learned Torah and they were able to figure out how to get her out of this, make a kula, get out of her matzah, that's shalom. That's creating peace in the world. Not just, I'm going to be machmer, you, giving life to a woman. Talmidei Chachamim, us, Chevra, Rabbi Yisai, us, sitting and learning every single day, pounding shas, marbim shalom ba'olam. Look at this, the shalom, the achdus. Shenemar, v'chol b'nayich, brachas, nazir, Yevamos, that's us, Krisus. Limudei Hashem, those who learn the limud of Hashem, v'rav shalom b'nayich, Hadran alochi shabasro slikala Masechet Yevamos.
Ready? Hadran alav Masechet
Masechet Yevamot, Hadran Halan, Datan Alach Masechet Yevamot, Datan Halan, Lan Teshem Minach Masechet Yevamot, Lan Teshem Minach, Lan Be'ama Hadran, Lan Be'ama Da'ateh, Hadran Alach Masechet Yevamot, Hadran Halan, Datan Alach Masechet Yevamot, Datan Halan, Lan Teshem Minach Masechet Yevamot, Lan Teshem Minach, Lan Be'ama Hadran, Lan Be'ama Da'ateh, Hadran Alach Masechet Yevamot, Hadran Halan, Datan Alach Masechet Yevamot, Datan Halan, Lan Teshem Minach Masechet Yevamot, Lan Teshem Minach, Lan Be'ama Hadran, Lan Be'ama Da'ateh. יהי רצון לפניך, אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, שתהא תורתך אמונתנו בעולם הזה, ותהא עמנו לעולם הבא, חנינה בר פפא, רמי בר פפא, נחמן בר פפא, אחאי בר פפא, אבא מרי בר פפא, רפרם בר פפא, לחיש בר פפא, סוחה בר פפא, עדה בר פפא, זרעו בר פפא. מערב נא אדוני אלוהינו תראה תורתך בפינו, תהיות עמך בית ישראל, ונהיה כולנו אנחנו וצאצאינו וצאצאי צאצאינו וצאצאי עמך בית ישראל. כולנו ידעי שמך למדי תורתך לשמה, מאויבי תחכמני ומצוותיך כי לעולם היא לי, יהי לי בי תמים בחופיך, למען לא אבוש, לעולם לא אשכח פקודיך, כי בם חייתנו, ברוך אתה אדוני, למדני חוקיך, אמן, 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 סלע ועד. מודיעים אנחנו לפניך אדוני אלוהינו ולאלוהי אבותינו ששמת חלקנו מיושבי בית המדרש ולא שמת חלקנו מיושבי קרנות שאנו משכימים והם משכימים אנו משכימים לדברי תורה והם משכימים לדברי בטלים אנו מאמינים והם מאמינים אנו מאמינים מקבלים שכר והם מאמינים ואינם מקבלים שכר אנו רצים והם רצים אנו רצים אחרי העולם הבא והם רצים לנביאי שחר שנאמר ואתה אלוהים תורידם נביאי שחר את אנשי דמים ולמען לא יחצו ימיהם ואני אפתח בך יהי רצון לפניך, אדוני אלוהי, כשם שעזרתנו לסיים מסכת יבמות, כן תעזרנו להתחיל מסכתות ספרים אחרים לסיימם, ללמוד, ללמד, לשמור ולעשות, ולקיים כל דברי תורתך באהבה, בזכות כל התנאים והאמוראים, ותלמידי חכמים יעמוד לי וזרי, שלא תמוש התורה מפי זרי וזרע זרי עד עולם. תתקיים בי בהתהלכך, תנחה אותך, בשוכנך תשמור עליך, והקיצות תגיד תשיחך, כי בי ירבו ימיך ויוסיפו לך שנות חיים, אורך ימים במדינה, בשמאלה, עושר וכבוד, אדוני עוז ועמו ייתן, אדוני יברך בשלום. יתגדל ויתקדש שמך רבה, ועמדי ברך קרעותי, וימליך מלכותי, ויצמח פורקני, ויקרב משיחי, בחיי נכון וביום נכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב, ואמרו אמן. יהא שמך רבה מברך לעולם ולעמי עמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרמה ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמך דקודשה בריחו לעילה מן כל ברכתה שילתה תשבחתה ונחמתה דמרם בעלמא ואמרו אמן על ישראל ועל רבנן ועל תלמידהון ועל כל תלמידי תלמידהון דעסקים באורייתא קדשתה די באתר הדם ודי בכל אתר ואתר יהא לנו ולהון נכון חננה וחיסה ורחמי מן קודם הרי שמיה והרעה ואמרו אמן יהא שלמה רבה מן שמיה חיים ושלווה ושועה ונחמה ושזבה ורפואה וגאולה ושמחה וכפרה ולב והצלה לנו כל עמו ישראל ואמרו אמן עושה שלום ממרומיו וברחמיו יעשה שם עלינו ועל כל עמו ישראל ואמרו אמן
Oh, you say Let's hear everyone singing. Aha, aha, sing, sing, geschmack. אשריכם אשריכם תלמידי חכמים אשריכם 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 תלמידי חכמים דברי תורה חביבים עליכם ויועציי שדברי תורה חביבים עליכם ויועציי בוא 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 אהבתי זוהי יוסף
The boys side, please everybody come forward. We're going to try and take a group shot. Cut that light, please, if you can. Video. Yehuda, you want to cut that light, please? Yehuda. Okay. A little back. Squeeze in, squeeze in, squeeze in, squeeze in. Come on, guys, from the right, from the left. Come in.
Rabbi said that picture in Ramapet Shemesh was out of this world and it's hanging in my dining room. So please, let's do a little bit better than that. Everybody, please come to the center. Even if you're shy, please. Come on, every single person comes out clear, mamish clear. Everybody comes to my house, they say, oh, I was over here. So everybody, all you guys that are in the lobby, please come closer. Let's warm it up a little bit. Don't worry about it, he'll be in the picture. Everybody's in the picture. The rules are, don't raise your arms, because if you raise your arm high, you'll block the guy behind you. You just look at the camera, and you will be clear, unbelievable. The guys all the way in the back are perfectly clear in my dining room. We got to take out that picture and put the new one in. Now, everybody together. You guys ready? Here goes. I'm going to say good morning, Rabbi Sai. Everybody together. But not Stam. Nah, merch. Hold on. Where am I standing in this picture? Rabbi Stroll? All right. One. Who? I will. I'll get down there. 1, 2, 3. Good morning, Rabbi Sai. Wow. Nah, schwach. One more time. Okay.
Okay, guys, you must go back another few feet. And guys over there, move over. You got to move over.
The guys that are right next to me don't really come out well in the picture.
Okay. Let me see what we got over here. Open up.
I need one kipras ruga. I tell the whole Olam, oh, look. Oh. They're good. Everybody's good. Do not hide, seriously. I know it's not acceptable if you're Chassidish to be in a picture. The Rebbe hat nicht gelassen kein Bilder. Tit ma toive. For MDY, alle ein bisschen gein in the Bild. Okay, hold on. Where's the Schwer? The Schwer is here. You want this? Shiraim? All right, here, take. Hey, no, you're not over here. Not over here. This is for the family. This is my family. Here. No problem. Stand over there. Shkoya. No, I don't need to sit.
Testing.
I test. Okay, but I can't. Here. You get in front of me. No, this is only family. Stand over there. Shkoya. Okay.
Testing 1. Testing 2. Okay, Kevra, I can't see you. Got you now. 5, 4, 3.
Don't pick up your hands.
Wait.
Put your phones down, guys.
Everybody stay there. No, you take it.
Put your phones down because you're blocking the guy behind you. You got? Yisrael, but not over here. Mishpucha only. You took over in my picture. You're the number one guy. You're the center, center. Yeah, not this one. You can do it. If you fall, snap real quickly because everybody will be laughing.
Everyone scream! Let's go!
Benois Yisrael Einon Hefke Givald. Benois Yisrael Einon Hefke Givald. Givaldik. One more question. Does anybody know what chalitza is? Okay.
That's your thing.
Ellie Trapper, our voice is in the house.
You gotta spit at it.
All right.
Thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. Oh, thank you, Hashem. Thank you, Hashem. אנחנו מפילים תחתוננו. ריבון כל העולמים, לא ילציד כסנו, אנחנו מפילים תחתוננו. לפונך nafshi Hamdam zel Oy ladas kol rasoy decho
Kuvet Shabbos Kari Boinu Lamendi.
I know what a father
Samecho, Iborei Kesnan Lasecho.